He survives through it. That's the melee racks gone, and that is Yopaj gone, my goodness. Cuckoo and Raven just destroying him. And Raven just going after the tier 4s now. There's no buyback on Yopaj or Play Hard. Avalanche Toss is going to be there on the Necrophos. Spear straight into the Ancient. It is a tree after all, and it looks like Skem is going to go down. Now Rappy, he really doesn't want to die back like this, but it's going to be all over. 4 heroes now with no buyback. There is one buyback on the Nature's Prophet, but it doesn't matter. The GG's been called. And Geek fam, I mean, you can't really underestimate Geek fam like that. Neon Esports had a great start to this game. It looked like it was theirs to throw, and unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. Geek fam, they ended up coming back after quite a few victories in small team fights. That's going to be a 2-0 for them. Nevertheless, we still do have multiple series to go, ladies and gentlemen. Next one coming up is going to be TNC versus Reality Rift. It is MLP Dota. I'll see you guys very, very soon for that 4th series of the SEA closed qualifiers. We'll be right back. fourth series of the night for the SEA closed qualifiers, and it is going to be between Reality Rift and TNC Predator. It is, of course, MLP Dota joining you once again for what's sure to be an interesting matchup, I would assume. Reality Rift, they've been kind of up and down today, but they've shown some signs of greatness. TNC, previous major winners, obviously the favorites going into this matchup, did drop a game to Geek before. So they're definitely not invincible going into these closed qualifiers. I know a lot of people are already saying 2-0 TNC, but I have confidence in RR that they will put up at least a decent team fight, or at least a decent fight, I should say. But we'll find out as the draft has already started. Piranha is the first pick up for TNC. His hero received a couple nerfs. Not too big of a deal. She's still very, very useful. It's just a standard pickup for TNC. No real reason to not pick it up if it is available. RR though. What's the game plan here for them? Vengeful Spirit, the first pickup. We've seen this before. It didn't work out too well every time we've seen it today, but perhaps RR can make it work. Doesn't really seem as strong as teams believe it is. Not quite yet anyway. RR, keep it pretty standard. They'll go into the Leshrac as well. Nothing too shocking about that. Of course, we did see a Leshrac before as well, which also didn't end up working out very well. RR seem to have confidence in these heroes. Might be a Baron will be picked up by TNC. Again, just a very, very standard opening from either side. Nothing too special going on here. Of course, the Abaddon does work very well up against the Leshrac and the Venge for that matter. Making sure his teammates or himself can't really be disabled up too much. Just overall very annoying to deal with. Two more bans for either side to go. Of course, TNC, they do get rid of the Drow, which does seem very, very potent. Especially with that multi-shot. RR though. What kind of bans we're going to see out from them. Get rid of that Crystal Maiden. Has been doing a lot of work today for multiple teams. Luna will be the final ban out from TNC now and RR. One more to go for them. Neither side's really shown much within their draft yet, so it's quite hard to tell what the bans are going to be for either side. Especially with this new patch, I'm not even sure if the teams know what they're really meant to be banning out yet. The Razor ban coming out, and Razor does seem to be very, very powerful this patch already. Let's get rid of him. RR will show us why they've banned him out now. Are we going to see something like a Lifestealer again? Because that hero just doesn't seem to be panning out for any team today. Looks like the Sand King will be the pickup. So RR still remaining pretty standard. Some great disable, great crowd control on their side of things. Sand King just never seems to get any weaker as a hero. It seems always to be useful. See now though, third pick for them. They have a lot of reserve time to use up. I don't wonder what they're going to combo with that Mirana to land those arrows. Or whether they even combo anything, for that matter. Generally speaking though, you'd want a stun to set up. We used to see the Ogre being picked with Mirana over and over again. This time around, yep, it's the Ogre once again. Fair enough, it just seems to work. There's nothing wrong with going for this Ogre. Hurrah now. I mean, today hasn't failed to disappoint in terms of some entertainment value. I'm sure as the chat noticed, there was a 40k HP tiny last game. It's kind of ridiculous. There's the Lifestealer being picked up again. Now, this, I'm really not sure about this. All day, it's just looked like such a weak hero. DNC, they're going to go into the Morphling, which actually received a +1 armor buff. So he's basically invincible right now. This Lifestealer seems like it's just going to get kited around like it has every other game. Or rather, one ban for either side left. What's the game plan here? We'll get rid of the Invoker for now. Both sides really seemingly requiring a mid laner. Of course, the Leshrac could be there for RR in the mid lane though, but I have to wait and see. And see with their 6th ban, what do you go for? A lot of reserve time for this final ban, but they probably already got their final pick already chosen for themselves. I'm going to say this draft from RR, although it can be very potent to go up against, I just don't have much faith in it thanks to that Leshrac Lifestealer. And even the Venge, just all these heroes haven't won a game today. Unless my memory serves me incorrectly, but I'm pretty sure that none of these heroes have won a game yet. Can't say the same for Sand King. Sand King is still great though. There's the TA ban from TNC, so they don't want to have to deal with that. Fair enough. What's the last pickup here? How do you finish this draft off? They'll go for the puck. So there's the team fight that they were kind of looking for. Dreamcore is going to offer a lot of crowd control and just going to allow you to, again, just kite the Lifestealer, kite the Leshrac. There's not really an answer here from RR to deal with this puck. Not yet. Still have one more pick to be made though. RR, they don't really seem to lack team fight. It just seems like their drafts will get kited quite a bit. Seems like you need someone to close the gap for this Lifestealer, for this Leshrac. You've got the Sand King. Might want something else. That reserve time tick out. You have to be somewhat careful. Of course, you are going up against a Morphling, so you don't want to give him a good Morph target. He already does have quite a few good Morph targets, though, in the Lifestealer Sanking and the Leshrac. But it's still very scary regardless going into this Morphling. RR still thinking about this last pick. Oh, hello. The Meepo will come out from RR. That is something I did not expect to see. But it is quite an interesting pick to say the least, and I can't wait to see what Alacrity does with it. In terms of what TNC have to deal with it, I mean, you do have the park. Can control those Meepopers up with that Dream Coil, but apart from that, perhaps not much else. Gabby could always go shotgun build with the Morphling and just try to burst the Meepo down, but I like the fact that RR has done something very different up against TNC. Because obviously TNC is the heavy favorites going into this. Mind you, I say that, RR have not lost a game today, so there's that. They are currently undefeated where TNC is not. Can't really underestimate this Radiant side quite yet. Get into this game very, very soon. It should be a very fun one to watch. You can see, currently only have one win today. Once again, they did drop a game to Geek Fam earlier on. Definitely want to try and pull off a 2-0 victory here if they can up against RR. And we will get into it. So game number 1 of this best of 2. This is the 4th series of the night. See what TNC gets up to in this game. Gambi, of course, going to be on the Morphling. Tim's on the Marana, and we saw Tim's on this Marana in the first game of the day, and he was just an absolute nuisance towards Geek Fam. I believe he got at least 4 couriers in the first 15 minutes or so. See if he does hunt those down again this time around. I imagine he probably will. Like there may be a bit of a scuttle up at that top lane. AYXY trying to get in range of March, but couldn't quite get there. May just be a 2-for-2 trade. RR are moving in to try and swipe one away from the side of TNC, but March will get a Fire Blast into an arrow, and he does manage to pick up that bounty, and in fact, they may have found first blood. KYXY getting so darn low, but March will not be in range for another Fire Blast. They will at least force out the Salve and Tango usage from KYXY. In terms of bounties, it was indeed a 2-for-2 trade in the end, so very even start, but you do at least force out a bit of regen usage from the Sand King. Hustler mentioned is on the support track. Just going to sit around in the dire side jungle. March will spot him out. Let's throw out the Fire Blast, but Hustler's just going to try and get a creep pull off. March will punish though. Hustler should be able to eventually get towards his lane again. Down in that mid lane, we do see Armel up against Alacrity. Armel going to certainly try and force out Alacrity and not make this lane too comfortable for the Meepo. Meanwhile, Hustler is still in trouble. March has not let him go, and this creep pull is not working out. He may need to just deny himself off to the tier 2 tower or something else, but the Fire Blast connects March. He needs one more right click to get this job done, but Hustler is wasting as much time as possible. I don't think March really minds too much. He's got another Fire Blast. That'll be the first blood going to the way of TNC. That's a bit of a shame there for Hustler. Was just trying to do something nice for KYXY, but fortunately nice things can't always happen to you. Will TP his way back up to the lane and maybe try again. No, I think he may just leave those creeps alone this time. Meanwhile, mid, Alacrity falling low to Armel, but he will be able to get one of those Meepos out. Let's just keep on there. Alacrity going to start dishing out some harassment towards Armel on the puck. Spot lane, you will see Nuts and KP there. Drew is just free farming on the lifesteal right now by his tier 1 tower. Nuts not wanting to leave KP alone. KP has been left alone though this offlane. He's just solo offlaning by himself. That's perfectly fine though. As an Abaddon, you can just afford to do this because you have so much sustain on this hero. TNC really do want to make sure Gabby gets as much free farm as possible on this Morphling. That's fair enough. Alacrity looks like he's ready to just settle into the jungle for a bit. And it's one of those things about the Meepo, it's very similar to something like a TA. You can just push out the creep wave, go into the jungle, clear out a stack, and just go back into the lane. Just always force the puck to have to try and last hit underneath his own tier 1 tower. Super important for Alacrity to get up and online ASAP on this Meepo, otherwise this game could just fall apart for RR. KYXY could be in trouble top lane. Let's cop the Fire Blast. In fact, Sandstorm will be there and they don't actually have detection for him. Still, this is time that KYXY can't get any farm in. As soon as that Sandstorm's over, March just may be there with another Fire Blast, but KYXY will go ahead and just TP his way out in the tree line. This will just allow Gabby to keep free farming up on this Morphling. Mind you, the lifesteal is doing the exact same thing. In fact, Drew is kind of ahead of the Morphling right now. But I dare say Gabby on the Morphling is a little bit scarier than this lifestealer will be. Assuming he can keep up this free farm though. It's mid lane, Alacrity gonna get caught out by Tims and March and does get taken out. And this is exactly what he can't really afford to have happen to him. He needs to be able to snowball early to mid. March and Tims can just keep that up. It could make RR's life very, very hard. See those, it looks like they are trying to make a play onto Hustler. Didn't have the arrow available though. KYXY now getting harassed quite heavily though. Nice Burrow Strike will actually get him within the waveform. That's going to be a 3-for-1 bounty rune trade for the side of RR. Well, bot lane Nuts actually finding KP on the Abaddon. KP did manage to find the bounty at the very least, but Nuts does punish in the end. So to make it a 1-2 now at the 5.5 minute mark. Top of the last hits board is still going to be the Lifestealer, closely followed by the Meepo. So Reality Rift still finding that farm early on. You can see roaming the map, trying to find some pickoffs. Mid lane, Armel doesn't stand up for a little bit, but Alacrity won't really commit the poof. Tim's gonna rotate in now. Alacrity won't cop the orb, he'll be fine. Armel did have the Dream Core, but opted not to use it. Probably wouldn't have led to a kill anyway, but top lane, this does look like a kill. It's KYXY. In fact, no, they'll turn around onto Gabby now. The Morphling copping a fair bit of damage. Diabolic Edict gonna be there as well onto March, and they will just slowly but surely chase him down. Underneath the T1 tower even, but they missed the stun. March will be able to salve up, though. As I say that, Nuts does end up cancelling it off, and now Armel joins in on the puck. Orb will fly out, Dream Call is there, and this Vengeful Spirit is definitely dead. Or maybe not, Magic Missile comes out, he goes down, but they'll get March as a traitor. Now Armel trying to go after KYXY, but Hustler with the Diabolic Edict will ensure he can't get any further. So it does end in a 1-for-1 trade between the Ogre and of course the Venge. And meanwhile, KP again going down. Drew will find that kill onto the Abaddon. KP is actually level 4 now in comparison to the level 6 of Drew. So this bot lane does just seem completely lost. Luckily for TNC, I mean, an Abaddon's pretty much useful no matter what. Mostly just needs that XP up. The mid lane, Armel may get caught out, but he does dodge the Massive Missile. Still, Alacrity does have poofs coming out, and Armel so close to dying, but not close enough. He will orb away. The rest of his team is there to help as well, and they are going after that Meebo. Alacrity will eventually end up going down, but now the Magic Missile and the follow-up stun coming out from Hustler, but they're going to find Nuts as a trade, it seems. So a 2-for-1 trade, both mid-cores going down. Meanwhile, top lane, Gabby ends up finding KYXY on the Sand King. And so it ends up being a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of TNC. That'll make it a 4 to 6, 8 minutes in. So Tim's is slightly careful. His Hustler is chasing. Won't go for the split earth attempt. And KP could be in trouble once again, as he's just going to stick around in that bot lane. Alacrity will get the ensnare off, and he's really got nowhere to go now. And with those poofs, he didn't have borrowed time available. It's just another easy kill onto KP. In mid lane, they are going to trade. They found the Dream Call onto the Vengeful Spirit, but they may get a deny off with these neutral creeps, but no. Armel will orb and will find the kill, and does find a shovel for his trouble. That'll be a 5 to 7 now between these two. A very aggressive game between RR and TNC. Neither side really letting up. Looks like it's not planning to stop anytime soon, as Tim's is already set up in the mid lane. Hustler will show himself. Tim's literally will just walk in there. Hustler pops the Edict, but Tim's is not done. Leaping forward, but misses the arrow. And now Hustler may turn. In fact, Tim's, he's going to be the target. He does throw out the Moonlight Shadow, but the Diabolic Edict still connecting Tim's. He's so darn low. Hustler, he doesn't get the stun off an Armel. They're juking around Hustler. He does go down. Tim's is somehow still alive throughout all this. He's going to make a run towards the Radiant side base and actually TP within it. Nuts, surely you get a stun. No, he doesn't get it off in time. The ultimate BM TPing in the opposing base. Oh my. Now, at the very least, they do find Armel on the puck. He's going to try and orb himself away and does get away with it for now. They will not pursue. He actually sticks around here, waiting for that bounty rune. He does have a bottle up. Nuts doesn't throw out the stun first. He gets silenced up, and yeah, Nuts is dead. Still, the Remnant is chasing, but Armel is well and truly out of there. March will ensure he's protected. Though I can't say the same about Alacrity, who does find Armel, but again the orb, and he does get away. Dream Call is there on the Meepo, but they need some follow-up. Gabby gonna come in with March, try and take down this Meepo. Alacrity, he's got help coming in from Hustler. A nice double split earth, but is it gonna matter? He does manage to poof away, at least for now. And now March falling too low, but they found the Leshrac as a trade. Gabby now wants to go after KYXY, but he's fighting within the Sandstorm. It will not matter, however, as KYXY does just go down. And now Nuts needs to get the hell out of there as he has no teammates available. That's another 3-for-1 trade for TNC. 7-12 now. This Meepo, unfortunately, is not paying off thus far. Gone for the 4 Wraith Band into the Treads build, but it just seems like he's getting controlled way too much. And Armel with these juking and jiving coming out from the puck. It's truly been quite difficult to deal with for RR. March. Going to stun out onto Alacrity once again. Shadow now, 3-man Dream Call around the 2. He's got 2 Meepos and the arrow connecting from Tims. They found Alacrity as well. He's so darn low and Tims is just not going to allow him to run out of there. One more and yeah, he finds it. Hustler will try to punish for this. March will be the target and it looks like he should just go down. He'll throw out a Fire Blast before he does, but still, if you're TNC, you're still going to be very satisfied with those kills. Drew may find a nice trade onto Armel, but Armel is actually fairly tanky considering he's just a puck. Now the arrow onto Hustler as well. Armel is still alive throughout all this. He'll orb away. Drew is still trying to chase, but this puck will just not die. And Drew, well, he'll find Tims. Tims will just leap away though. In fact, he won't even do that. He'll just walk. And Armel at this point is just insulting Reality Rift with all these jukes. Now Nuts may get caught out bot lane. Trying to go after KB, but Armel, once again, the Dream Call is just there. They do try and trade at least, but with Nuts being by himself, there's not much he could do. PNC look to take complete momentum of this game. Very least, RR will force in that T1 top tower. They have the Leshrac as well to speed things up. Though bot lane, nice stun from KYXY with the Veil as well, but there's the Fire Blast and the Dust. Armel, do you have the damage output? Not while Hustler's there, and they will finally find this pesky puck. Nice setup there from KYXY, just baiting them in long enough so that Hustler could TP and help out. KP will return back into the lane. Gabby will show himself as well in the Morphling. Now pinging out the Sand King. March going to tank that tower damage and move his way in. He'll find Hustler, but Hustler was ready with the damage. March dusts up, gets a double Fire Blast going out. He's still alive as well, but he is certainly dead. They do not find the Sand King. They don't find the Leshrac. PNC still around the area, still looking for an opening to jump in. It's a 4v5, but they just don't care. They will find Hustler. The Leshrac is again going to be the target. This time, however, they will find him. KYXY, can you find him as well? They'll get the Burrow Strike thanks to Gabby, and with that, it's more than enough control to find the kill. So Armel ends up going down to Alacrity mid lane. So a nice little pick up there for the Meepo. PNC almost looks like they're not done down at the bot. Looks like they wanted to pursue for more hero kills, but they'll leave them be for now. Back to Alacrity. As Shadowblade with an infest from the Lifestealer. KP getting ensnared up. He does pop the borrowed time, but it will not matter. He is completely surrounded and he's going down. So with this Shadowblade on Alacrity now, you constantly have that Lifestealer bomb available to you as well. There's plenty of ways for Alacrity to break the distance and get the ensnare off. Just a very easy kill after that for the Meepo. Meepo. He'll be going straight into a site device next. Alacrity feeling confident in his farm. Site device will make it very, very hard for Gabby on the Morphling. Doesn't seem to be going for a BKB or a Lincoln Sphere for that matter quite yet. March gonna get spotted by Alacrity, but Alacrity and March will leave each other be. RR certainly are set up to try and go for a hero pickoff. Arts maybe sticking around too long. He does at least get the observer what he wanted, but it will cost him his life. Though he does get a nice swap off. Tims has the arrow. Does go for it, does connect. Tims with a very nice pick off. Now an immediate Moonlight Shadow. Dire Courier actually goes down to the remnant of Nuts on the Venge. No Courier is safe in this game anymore. Alacrity looking to make another play with his Shadow Blade. He sees Armel, but he's trying to bait him in with Drew on the Lifestealer. Won't get what he wants for now. KYXY gonna have a pipe up very soon on the Sand King and certainly help the team fight of RR quite substantially. The Hustler now with a mech coming out as well. RR, are we seeing a smoke? Yeah, we definitely are. Nuts will pop on. Best straight into KYXY. Where are we headed? Well, they may find Tims on the Mirana, or they may just find a Roshan. There is a Desolator available on Drew on that Lifestealer, so it is certainly a quicker Roshan than you'd expect. And TNC certainly aren't expecting this one. Even if they were, they won't be there in time to try and defend, but they will find Hustler on the Leshrac. There are more TPs coming in to try and control up Hustler. He does eventually go down, but he buys his team much more than enough time to get that Aegis up. Alacrity will be the one to take it. Now RR, with that Aegis, will go ahead and try to force in that tier 1 mid-tower. TNC had no choice but to allow it to go down. Link now up though on Armel. Finally got the initiation you'd want on the puck. Alacrity. Whose gift is up. A lot of stats that go to a lot of Meepos. Well as that, the site device is getting closer and closer. We'll have the Mystic Staff in about 100 gold from now. Like, never mind, he has it right now if he wants to. Both teams just trying to secure an outpost for each other. All that 20-minute mark hits. That added XP. Will be a 1-for-1 trade on those outposts as well. Even trade on the bounties. RR, they feel confident enough to push in that top tier 2 tower. They've got a slight net worth lead at 2k, but more importantly now, they have a Scythe device up on Alacrity, so Gabby is not really a threat anymore. Looks like they won't even be a defense, so never mind. Fortification is there and the TPs are coming in. In fact, they go straight into the backlines of RR, but the Burrow Strike is there from KYXY. They're being controlled up. March is gone. KP trying to get the hell out of there though. Gabby, he gets swapped back into the Morphling, trying to Burrow Strike his way out, and he does do so quite successfully, but another swap comes in from Nuts. Still surviving as long as he can, but not long enough it seems, as he is going down, and he does do so. KP now just trying to run out with the rest of his team. And RR will clean up that top tier 2, and they may even try to force in a tier 3, or at least force out the buyback of the Morphling. Arrow does land on KYXY, but I don't think he cares. Alacrity just continues moving forward straight onto KP, and they found the ensnares, they found the Hex. He's so close to dying, but no, he gets the Aphotic Shield off just in the nick of time. The 4-star from Tim's just giving him that time he needed. They'll still find the racks. There's no buyback coming up from Gabby quite yet. In fact, KP getting low, but another borrowed time. But Armel's gone now on the puck. That's their main source of damage and control. Now KP in stand up. He'll survive, but not for long, as they will find him once again. That's going to be a 4-for-0 trade. They found the racks as well. It's just domination by the side of Reality Rift. They'll go after the Shrine as well. DNC, they need some serious farming. Like, they need a lot of things. In terms of hero levels, they're pretty even. In terms of net worth, they are also fairly even, but it's mostly the lifesteal around the Meepo causing a lot of headaches. In fact, Armel may just be dead once again. Alacrity making the chase. He gets the Scythe device, and there's the ensnare. He should have the damage up with no. The poof comes out just in the nick of time. He's trying to predict the poof timing. Won't get it. Armel will survive for another day. Let's jump in again, gets the silence off on the Meepo. It's playing around with Alacrity and will TP out, though Alacrity do throw an ensnare out. Not quite. He'll steal the outpost though. He'll also find that bottom shrine now. At the very least for TNC, Aegis will expire. But RR, they're not backing off. In fact, they found a target. It is going to be March on the Ogre, and he just melts. KP sticking around. He gets swapped in. Arrow will fly in and get the life stealer, but there's no follow-up to it. Scythe device to be expended on KP, and they're still holding him down. Burrow Strike, but Burrow Time will be procced. And now Gabby, he'll jump in with a massive Burrow Strike on all the Meepos. Does he have the damage output though? He's being chased down by KYXY with the Epi. All the Meepos as well. The Burrow Strike will be there, and Gabby's gone. Now another swap from Nuts onto KP, and it looks like this Abaddon's gone as well. Drew is continuing to chase Tims through the base. That'll be the end of that. There's still a tier 2 tower down at that bot lane, and the previous major champions aren't looking too healthy in this game number 1. They may lose another Rax. TNC going to try their best to hold on, but March gets Burrow Striked up again. KP buying back. Gabby does not have the gold for it. They'll find the secondary Rax, and now the ensnare's flying out onto Tims. They're happy with the racks. There's no need to overextend for RR. DNC, they do attempt to punish, but they just can't get in range to find anybody. Have a quick look at that win probability, and DOTA Plus, 95% the way of RR. Still giving TNC a 5% chance in this game. Look at that team net worth, and it just started to skyrocket after a while. Up around that 15-minute mark. Drew gonna go ahead and take that final tier 2 tower. There's no reason for them to back off. Drew's got a full heart of Tarrasque. Just seems like everyone's so darn tanky on RR, just nobody seems to die. Parch just casually going for a Midas pickup now. 25 minutes in, but it still has a lot of value on the Ogre. And does not get the multicast. That is rather unfortunate. It's like RR. I'm going to be waiting around that Roshan pit, but we will find out when it will respawn in about 7 seconds from now. And it'll be a bit of a late Roshan respawn. About 3 minutes from now, the Roshan will be back up. But RR do maintain a 17k net worth lead. It's certainly their game to throw. It's like Alacrity. With this new Eye of Skyny going to start moving back in onto Armel. And the orb has already been expended. Hex comes out and he just melts. Indeed. Without the puck, he's gone for 45 seconds. Perhaps they can go for that mid-rax. KP gonna try and delay this, but KYXY jumps in with the stun. Now the follow-up there from Hustler. Trying to force out the borrowed time early, and nice swap there from Nuts as well. KP may have to use it right here, right now, though. Nice stun from Gabby coming out. Nuts almost goes down and does. KYXY, though, with the follow-up Burrow Strike. They'll go after March for a bit, though. No, they'll turn around and go after KP instead. Tier 3 isn't long for this world. RR will be able to pick this one up. Now the side device out onto March. They're just controlling up the side of TNC, but the Burrow Strike from Gabby is just massive, but there's no follow-up to it. And it's going to be Mega Creeps coming out from RR. 27 minutes in, but here comes Armel. A massive Dream Corner. Alacrity is down. Now they can really start to punish Gabby with the double Burrow Strike. The Infest is there on a Hustler from the Lifestealer, but Hustler's got no way out of this. He's going down. Drew just escapes and tries to make a run for it, but he's gone as well. TNC fighting a 4-man for nothing kind of trade, but the problem is they lost their Megas. All their racks, and RR, all they have to try and do is hold now. TNC won't be able to make it to the Radiant base in time to get any sort of damage out on the high ground. I think there's still multiple tier 2 towers anyway. AYXY set up on Tim's. Staring him down. Won't initiate though. Meanwhile, Roshan's still about 20 seconds away. TNC. It'll be a hard comeback for them, but they could certainly do it. Alacrity will show himself with the ensnare. Gonna chase in, side device onto March. Poofs in as well. TNC will not be there to help him out. Now they are going for more. AYXY trying to set up onto KP, though the borrowed time will be there. Moonlight Shadow still available as well for TNC. They're trying to delay this as long as possible. Armel with the Dream Call now going after KYXY. Gabby jumps back in, they'll find one. The buyback is there immediately though. Now the Burrow Strike once again from Gabby straight onto Nuts. They'll find a secondary in the Vengeful Spirit, but they've lost Armel on the puck. He'll buy back and use the orb to jaunt back in straight away. Hustler's life's been lost as well. They're still going to try and focus down this Meepo. KYXY Qualifier now getting low, getting control of the ensnare. He goes down. He'll have buyback, but he will not expend it straight away. The GG's been called. TNC, they don't even want to try anymore. And it was going to be a 3v5 situation anyway, up against Megas. And RR, against all odds and everyone else's beliefs, do pull off game number 1 up against the previous major winners of TNC. And what a performance it was coming out from them. Of course, this is a best of 2 series, but so far RR are completely undefeated going into this day number 1 of the SEA closed qualifiers. We'll see if they can keep that up going into game number 2. It is MLP Dota. I'll see you guys very, very soon for that second game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Reality Rift and TNC Predator. It is, of course, MLP Dota joining you once again. If you weren't watching game number 1, you might be a bit confused about the score, but Reality Rift, they've been on fire today. 3 games in a row so far, nothing being dropped for them. They just took out the first game between themselves and TNC Predator. I suppose we'll have to see what TNC's planning to do about this, because they've been having a bit of a bad day. Currently only 1 win for TNC. They certainly want to at least get their second win on the board. But RR, they're on fire right now. They're a team to be reckoned with, and we'll see what TNC does about it. Of course, this is a new patch, to be fair, so it's quite hard to be judgmental about any team performing less than you'd expect, but still, it is TNC. You cannot underestimate this team, and we'll see what they pull out of the bag for this draft. So RR will have the first pickup for themselves. And again, I mean, we saw Nuts performing so darn well in the Vengeful Spirit. They'll go ahead and go pick it up again. TNC, though, straight into the Naga Siren Disruptor combination, which is a very, very old one. But it is also very, very deadly. I do like this opening from the side of TNC. It's just so much control. Naga Siren can be a real nuisance to deal with throughout any stage of the game. Once you've got a song into a static storm going on, it can be miserable for the opposing side. Still, RR to make their second pick now. They'll go for the Legion Commander. That is one way to deal with the Naga Siren. If you can get the duel off on this Naga, she won't be able to get the song off in time, assuming you burst her down fast enough. Of course, that goes for the Disruptor as well. You can just remove him from a team fight ASAP. Suddenly that combination isn't as scary as it once was. Although second ban phase for either side. Rift, they don't want to have to deal with the puck, so they get rid of it, but TNC will pay respects to the Meepo as well. I can't quite blame them for that. Both respect bans coming out. Reality Rift, what do you follow up with? But they will get rid of the Undying. TNC will get rid of the Alchemist, so fair enough. 2 more picks for either side to be made. Of course, TNC has kind of already revealed what they're up to with their draft, but RR do not really reveal much to us quite yet. So I'm kind of intrigued to see what their draft's going for. TNC using a bit of that reserve time now. They really can't afford to lose this game. It's not going to be the greatest for TNC if they do. They're only on 1 point right now. Go for the TA pickup. So a safe pick from the side of TNC. Of course, Armel does play a very, very good TA. It does give RR the option to counter this TA very early on though. And of course, you do still have the Ember if you so wish. Venomancer was banned out very early on, so you don't have that option. We have the Ember. There it is. So now the Ember being picked up, directly countering the TA. I'm going to say earlier on the Ember didn't look too strong in the earlier game that we saw. Although it does work decently up against that Naga Siren as well, just being able to cleave through those illusions. TNC immediately just going straight into the Nature's Prophet now. I believe that'll be a Tim's Nature's Prophet. That is a very scary thought, as this man has been pretty consistently good throughout the day. In fact, I'd say great. So giving him a hero where he can just be all over the map constantly is going to be a real headache for Reality Rift. Alright, what do you follow up with here? Go into the Sand-King. Because we saw KYXY do a lot of work on that Sand-King last game. I do believe he'll be playing the Legion though this time around, so it should be a support Sand-King. It does work very well. Unless you were going to do something crazy like put the Legion jungle. That'd be kind of weird though. Or would it? Oh, final ban. With the Timber Sword from Ara, we saw the Gyrocopter being banned out from TNC. Generally speaking, you don't want to have to verse the Gyrocopter if you are playing a Naga Siren. That's a fair ban. But one final pickup for either side. We are still lacking a position 1 pick for Reality Rift. We'll let that reserve time tick down a bit. Letting it tick out. The Troll Warlord will come out for Reality Rift now, and that's an interesting pick to say the least. Not the one I was expecting. Intrigued to see how this is going to pan out for them. Feels like you do have the necessary control from TNC to deal with this Troll Warlord. Now the Drow Ranger will come out from TNC. Can't say I disagree with that pick. The Drow does just seem so strong in this new patch. The two interesting drafts. And TNC pretty desperate to get this win off RR. RR looking to stay undefeated if they possibly can in this game number 2. This will be both teams' last games of the day. luckily for the side of RR, they do have a way to close the gap on the Drow in the form of the Sand King and of course Alacrity and KYXY, so it's not like this Drow is just going to be able to sit back and right click the whole time. So you've got to be worried about KP on that Naga Siren. Does love playing this hero. Does do a pretty darn good job of it as well. Get the game started. TNC really weren't messing around with this draft this time around. They just no kind of games being played by them. Straight to the point, no time wasting. Here to be confident going into this game number 2. Will indeed be a support Sand King as KYXY going to be on that Legion Commander. Hustler will take over on that pos for Sand King. I'm curious to see how much farm Gabby can secure on this top lane. KYXY making a bit of a rotation early on. Making way down to the bot lane now. They've left Drew up at the top, so they want this Troll Warlord to be up against that Drow, which is pretty fair enough. It does seem like KYXY would just get harassed constantly in that off lane had he been left there. Still not going to be much easier up against KB though. They will get the bounty runes. I believe TNC may have just secured 3 bounty runes as, yeah, you'll see March just walk over, get the 3rd one for themselves, so a nice little start for TNC. March will end up losing half his HP, but he'll just regen that up with the Tango. Of course, unsurprisingly, you'll see Armel up against Alacrity once again on the Ember versus the TA. Hard to know who this does really favor. I mean, Alacrity should have the advantage in a few levels, but so far Armel is certainly giving it to him. Hustler, nice little Burrow Strike out onto Gabby. They really want to pursue some damage. In fact, they may have just found first blood. Gabby going down straight away. Just one Burrow Strike is all it took, and Drew just slowed him down with the axes. Well, a very early start coming out for this Radiant side once again. Gabby certainly going to have to be a little bit more careful about his positioning as the laning stage goes on. Just wouldn't expect that at level 1 though. Speaking of being careful, Alacrity finds himself very, very low on the Ember. Armel trying to give it to him. Nice Sideblade usage. KYXY bot lane not really struggling up against KP quite yet. 10 last hits, 2 denies on the Legion. KP slightly behind with 7-0. Should slowly start to favor KP as the levels go on. KYXY, he has really been playing on point in these last few games that we've watched him in. So consistent on any hero he picks up. Just looking back to that mid lane, Alacrity may end up going down, and does. Armel with the meld strike. Alacrity wasn't expecting that one to come out this early on, but Armel just punishing this Ember Spirit. This isn't exactly how you'd expect the lane to go, but now Alacrity finds himself one level behind Armel, and in fact he's trying to man fight Armel, but he'll just keep moving forward. Suddenly Alacrity is very, very low once again. Does bring a salve with him at the least, so he will be able to sustain in the lane, but the longer this goes on, the higher Armel's going to get in levels, and the worse this trade's going to get. Gabby. Slow down Drew a bit. Drew has been farming pretty well at the top lane. 20 last hits, 3 denies on the troll. Hasn't seemed to struggle whatsoever. Not to mention, of course, he did get the first blood for his team. Going to continue farming up this top lane. Gabby just doesn't seem to be able to slow him down whatsoever. Meanwhile, KP going to go for a bit of a creep skip. KYXY going to try and make it a bit more difficult than he would like. But, well, mid lane, Alacrity again getting very, very low. Armel trying to get those side blades off onto Alacrity. Won't be so lucky quite yet. Oh, there's one. Alacrity almost goes down, but March is there anyway. Nice rotation, and Alacrity, that's going to be his second death of the game. He's really trying to push this Ember to the limits, but Armel is punishing him for it. Just continues to do this. He's now 2 levels behind Armel as well. It's a level 6 versus level 4, and he gets glimpsed back. The March just wastes his TP. Alacrity going to have to run his way back up towards the mid lane. This is just as bad as you can get for an Ember start. And it's not so much that he's playing bad, but more so that Armel is abusing him with this TA. And March, of course, with the great rotations, just forcing him back and making his life a living hell. So now they direct their attention towards KYXY. Don't believe this will be any kind of kill attempt here, as KYXY is a bit too hard to kill on the Legion. Armel about to hit that level 7 mark now. Alacrity just continuously having to salve himself up. He does have nuts in the back now, just in case they need it. They will jump in now. There's the Flame Guard, Magic Missile to follow, but the Mel dodge. Armel just dodging the stun. Nuts is just going to walk down the river. He's had enough of this. March now, just going to give him a bit of a Thunder Strike. KP may find KYXY. So he doesn't have the Ensnare available. So KYXY gonna walk over towards his shrine. Nuts is waiting there anyway. So 1-2, slight net worth lead for TNC, but an absolute clinic is happening in the mid lane. You can imagine that Armel is probably going to have one of those very, very good Armel games. In fact, he's taking a lot of ancient stacks by himself. That level advantage that he had is going to get a lot bigger. So, Nuts. Say hello, Armel now. Throws down a trap. Nuts will be able to walk out of there. Armel will just get straight back to it as March now. Going to rotate in after Nuts. Thunderstrike will be there. They can, of course, glimpse him back as well, but March was actually out of range. Now Hustler going to rotate in. Glimpse back on the Sand King, but he already got the stun off, and now there's the follow-up Magic Missile. It looks like March's life has been forfeit. End up going down, so a nice rotation from the supports of RR. That'll even out the score 2-2. Korea's going down left, right, and center while this is happening. Looks like Tim's finds another one, and that was actually Alacrity's Korea. Gabby now, losing his own Korea as Hustler, will end up finding it on the Sand King. Looking at that net worth graph, there's one hero right now that is quite far ahead of the others. But speaking of that hero, he's trying to gank him up. They will get the chains as well as the flame guard off, and now the battle trance being popped as well, though Armel's still very healthy. Hustler moving in. Gabby is there to try and assist, but do they have detection? Apparently they do not, but the Sandstorm may be enough, and in fact it is. They will get the kill with the remnant of Alacrity, but now he has no mana to get out of there. He's bottling his way up. Remnant's on cooldown. Koreans will scout out Alacrity. There's a song coming out from KP. They don't want to play around any longer. They want to ensure they get this kill, and that is exactly what they do. But Alacrity, I believe, will be very, very satisfied with that, considering he did finally get the TA. Would have been a fair bit of XP and gold going his way on the Ember. Meanwhile, Tims is still on the hunt for couriers. This man just hates couriers. He's had enough of them. Just hunting them down one by one. Must have been all those years of support for Tims. He just loves killing them off. AYXY looking to try and make a play on March, but he gets glimpsed back immediately. Look at that TA now. Armel has got the blink up. Going straight into that Deso next, so a very standard TA build. Tims wipe a Bannerin away from the Radiant side. Looks like RR gonna try and force in that top T1, trying to get something out of these Bannerins being taken off them. KP is there to defend, and Drew is going to stick around for now at the very least. We're actually going to make a bit of a chase now onto KP on that Naga Siren. I already lock him down though. KP is delaying this tier 1 going down just with those illusions by themselves. RR will be there to clear them out though in the end. Wrath doing a fair bit of damage over to Hustler and Nuts. Both teams are quite satisfied with just trying to push in towers for now. They're not really interested in fighting too much yet. The T1 tower should finally go down. Drew will go ahead and clear that up, and now they're going to have a look for KP in the tree line. Though KP has already looped around it and is making a run for it. Pull the creep wave along with him. Here comes Nuts. Does he have Song? He does, but he won't proc it quite yet. KP just still walking away. Surely they just stun him up, and they do, but now the Songs come out. KP, how do you get yourself out of this one? Well, you just TP. It's all that's required of the Naga Siren. And he does waste the time of 3 different heroes. Still though, RR, they do get the tier 1 tower, so I'm sure they're very satisfied nonetheless. Now they kind of set their sights on that T1 mid. Hustler. There to defend that bot T1. Mill ends up finding the Sand King down at the bot lane, so Hustler does go down. It looks like TNT are going to start setting up for that bot T1 tower. They do end up taking it out fairly easily. Thing is though, are doing the exact same thing up at the top tier 1, or excuse me, top tier 2. There will be a defense coming out from TNT though. They're not going to allow this to go down. March trying to get a glimpse off and does find it with the Static Storm and the Kinetic Field. They'll hold in that Troll Warlord, but where's the follow-up? Here comes Armel. That's the follow-up they needed. They'll heal up Drew, but it may not be enough. In fact, for now it is. He does also have the Battle Trance that he hasn't popped yet. He's still just going to keep making a run for it, and he's going to go for a TP play, but Armel, he will have the damage. Now Nuts, just trying to get out before Gabby finds him. Alacrity's there as well. But it looks like that will be the end of that. Do end up defending that tier 2 top. Do end up finding the troll kill. Now perhaps they may rotate onto the Alacrity. Armel is going to be there. Doesn't quite get the meld strike though. Alacrity will just manage to remnant out. Outpost to be taken prior to that 15-minute mark, but Hustler down at the bot lane does get a double burrow strike off. Armel though, the dust will be there and they do punish the Sand King for this, and they're going to get the outpost anyway. That is at least one for each side before that 15-minute mark hits. Armel just going to focus on pushing down this bot wave. Rest of RR just trying to keep up in terms of farm. Because they are 2k behind on the side of the Radiant. There will be Sand King there to defend. So Armel will back off back towards his jungle. Vampire Fangs now coming out as well for the Drow. Gabby going to be a bit happy about that. It's an Essence Ring now as well. RR to make a play throughout that mid lane. March is a very easy target to go for, and it looks like that's exactly what they're planning to do. Drow, Remnant in as well, and March trying to run out of there, and in fact he does do so. Never mind though, Alacrity had the Sleight of Fist, but Gabby's there with the Gust. Still no follow-up onto the Ember. It was a 1-for-1 trade on the supports regardless. They did find Nuts, and now a nice song coming out. Disruptor will buy back. March immediately TPs back in for that kinetic field onto 2. Alacrity tries to remnant out, but doesn't quite get there. And now the 3-man Gust. Do they have the damage output? Drew is so darn low, but look at Alacrity. He just keeps moving forward onto March, looking for that dieback on the Disruptor. And it looks like March almost goes down and does. The Sleight of Fist will be enough, and now KB will be targeted. They found Gabby as well. KB trying to run. Epicenter won't really reach him either. It's still a 2-for-0 trade for the side of Reality Rift and a dieback for that matter. This Radiant side just doesn't seem to slow down. T1 mid goes down as well. And you would have thought that TNC would have been able to take that fight, but it just seemed like the side of RR was just so much tankier. Now straight into that Roshan pit it is. They are going to try and contest this TNC. KP doesn't have Song available though. Burrow Strike will be there on RML. They want to burst down this TA and there's the duel coming out. Perfect from KYXY. They'll get the victory. KP just wants to get the hell out of there. Alacrity though is there with the chains and KP is slowly but surely falling. They won't pursue as the buyback was there from the TA. But now, RR do back off. Roshan about half HP. We'll smoke up though. You're ready for another team fight already. KP has moved into the Roshan pit. There's a double chains there from Alacrity. Straight onto March. They found the disruptor straight off the bat. A nice gust is there by Gabby, but it does nothing. Hustler looking for another target to Burrow Strike though. Here comes KP. Ensnare straight onto that Sankey, but he does Burrow Strike KP up. Still Hustler falling low, but not low enough. Tim's, he'll be the one to go down on the Nature's Prophet. Now they jump straight onto RML and try to find that dieback on the TA. The duel is there from KYXY and they will find the dieback. KP now trying to get the hell out of there, but Nuts swaps back. At least the Drow Ranger Gabby getting caught out with the Burrow Strike from Hustler. He's going to go down as well. Oh no, TNC are falling apart right now. Drew will end up finding KP on the Naga. It's going to be another 3-for-0 trade. Mind you, there was a buyback on Hustler to be fair, but it's a 12-8 2k net worth lead for RR, and they're going to find the Roshan to boot. And it just seems like this Radiant side, they've gotten into their groove now. Momentum certainly their way, and TNC, a bit of a struggle for them right now. They can still come back into this game. They have the Naga, they have the Drow. Even Tim's on the Nature's Prophet can transition to a core quite well, but RR can keep this up. Could be another victory for them. Tim's. I'll spread out KYXY. He'll just go ahead and steal the outpost once again. Does get it just in the nick of time as well. Alacrity does manage to take that banner in, but may pay for it with his life. He's been silenced up. Remnant will be there, and now the song though will come out from KP. They have Tims to surround. He has one Remnant charge available. March though will static storm him up, and well, the silence almost pushes him out of the kinetic field. Still though, nice kill onto the Ember. It was very important they punished him for taking that bounty. They need every kill they can get right now, TNC. See some clumsy nets coming out on either side. One going down mid lane. Nuts will end up denying it off. So 12-9, 2k net worth lead remaining for RR. D2 tower, not going to be longed for this world. TNC not looking to defend this whatsoever. We'll go ahead and take it. Meanwhile, bot lane, however, they found Alacrity once again. It's a fantastic pickup for TNC, shutting down this Ember over and over again. Now they immediately just TP their way out. Apart from March, who's been left behind on the Disruptor, he doesn't go for the TP play, and it looks like he may pay for it, although he waited out the Burrow Strike, but there's the duel coming from KYXY. going to be more damage going this Legion Commander's way. Just seems that TNC are going to continue to waste the time of RR. Never allow them to feel comfortable across the map. Just continue forcing them to defend these waves that they're pushing in. With the Naga Siren, you can pretty much do this constantly. There's just no end to it. Still though, Drew will find the bot T1. Looks like TNC though are setting up for the top tier 2 tower. They may even try to make a play onto Drew, but it looks like TNC aren't feeling as confident. They will back off. Back towards their own jungle. There is more farm to be had. See March and the Disruptor just going straight into the Aghanim Scepter rush. Understanding he is the main form of control for the team, and that Static Storm is so darn important throughout those team fights. Having them just stop anyone from using a BKB is even better. In fact, they will find Gabby though on the Drow. Gabby cops the epicenter, will not survive in KP. He used the song, but it was just a little bit too late. With that now, RR may be feeling confident enough to go after that top tier 2 tower. They know the song's not there. That is exactly what they'll do. Goes straight up to the T3 now. He's just feeling so darn confident. He's going to be slightly careful. He doesn't have anything like a BKB or a Satanic up yet, but he does have an Eye of Skadi. You can see. I mean, the farm's just not there on the cause. Armel has done pretty well in terms of farm. He's second in net worth, but it just doesn't seem to transition to many kills on this TA. Perhaps with that BKB, things may be a little bit different, because he still does have the 10-second charge. RR, they've smoked up, looking for a target. They won't really find anybody, but they do secure quite a few bounty runes for themselves. NC getting set up to try and go after Drew, but he does have plenty of help behind him. KP will throw out the ensnare. They do throw out the kinetic field up against Drew. It may not mean anything as he continues to move forward. Has basically his whole team there. Him's just in the back lines. Just gonna get started on the bot tier 2. No need to stop. In fact, Burrow Strike will be there to hustle to get started on March. They got the duel off as well. Is March going to get any help? He'll get a song from KP. Still the Sandstorm doing damage throughout this song, but March will eventually be able to walk his way out of that one. They lost the tier 2 bot tower regardless. PNC now have no outer towers left standing. More couriers to die. Tim's, he's just on a mission once again, just not allowing any couriers to go out. Armel, meanwhile, just keeping those waves pushed in towards the Reality Rift end. But Alacrity is here to defend that top lane. RR will just maintain their position down at the bot lane. They may try to make a play on Alacrity, and they do, but an immediate remnant away. Just no lockdown for this Ember. Not without March there. KP. Have Song available, he'll go in with the dust, but immediate Burrow Strike is there from Hustler. Now they run up the hill, Tims will follow. They're trying after the Sand King, but they haven't got the greatest lockdown. Now a swap from Nuts will allow him to get out of the kinetic field. Nuts will just be the one to go down. Pretty sure that's not the kill TNC wanted, but they'll have to take what they get. Alright, we'll just back off to safety. They do have the option for the Roshan, which is up and available right now. Of course, TNC won't be allowing it to go down that easily, but if they wanted to force a team fight, it's the place to do it. Gabby. Like half his items just from the jungle. Trying to pick up that that ethereal blade. Still a while away from it though. RR just continue to stick as a team. They are not split up at any point. Apart from maybe Alacrity, but even this time he's around. Take that northeast or northwest outpost. TNC though, moving their way in. KP does have the song to set up and will just use the ensnare first. Now Drew will run straight after KP and does do a fair bit of damage towards him. They'll just keep Drew kinetic fielded up. He's still very, very healthy though. Doesn't seem very concerned whatsoever. In fact, I believe he has a Satanic coming out. And yeah, no, it was actually a BKB ad coming out. So now just perfect timing for the team fight. TNC will not go all the way. Looks like they are just out of there. So Drew, gonna start off with the Roshan now. TNC though are in position to contest this Roshan. Of course, you do still have KP's song available. That multi-shot will scout out Drew Farm for just going after that Roshan. They'll smoke up. How do you initiate though if you are the side of TNC? It's got to be the perfect song into the Static Storm, I believe. It's easier said than done. That Roshan is slowly but surely getting lower. They'll keep eyes on it from the side of TNC, just waiting, but there's the Burrow Strike onto Tims. They jump straight onto that Prophet, but the song comes in. Now the Static Storm onto 2, and Armel lining up, but he won't quite find the double side blades. In fact, Alacrity does manage to get out of there. They will at least find the Venge, and they take down Hustler as well, but they're going to lose KP in the process, and now the side of RR starting to move forward. They want Gabby on that Drow. He's still perfectly safe though, as Drew now going to be forced to back off. Hustler ends up finding Tims on the Prophet. Now the Glimpse back. They found the Troll Wallet, but still, he wants to man fight this. He'll take down March for his trouble and go straight after Armel. Epicenter is there as well, and Hustler going after Gabby on the Drow. Gabby trying to run, but it looks like he's going nowhere as Alacrity jumps in and finds the chains. They found Gabby. They found Armel on the TA. This looks like a disaster coming out for TNC as Armel is going to go down. And now KP, he just bought back. He really doesn't
Wait, he's got
Like,
an
I feel
AC.
like he benefits from the attack speed the most as well on the team. So
Attack speed? Mindbreaker?
oh, they've given it to the Legion.
Doesn't have attack speed on it anymore.
I thought it did.
Oh yeah, it did. Sorry, it was right at the bottom. My bad. My bad. It's under the patch stuff. Is that normal? I don't think that's normal, right?
No, I don't think it is.
Okay. Oh, managed to bail myself out of that hole.
Gyro has the DD, by the way, and they might just look to go high ground here.
Yeah,
Toby's just jungling at the moment.
That's pretty terrifying.
Like, why is Toby not here being ready to help his Gyro?
Yeah, or dueling that puck, maybe, something like that. I don't know. They have to be very careful of this chaotic offering, which will always be able to come off. And there are people
there's also
there's
a Satanic on the Gyro now. It's coming out on the Courier.
Yeah, Aramis had to TP back to bottom, by the way, to just get himself some farm and push out that bottom wave, more importantly. They've seen this. They want to make something happen. But Curry's just coming onto the front lines right now. Tanner trying to find the combo onto Doom, but doesn't manage to do so. And they'll get themselves back out here. So the bounties?
I like how Sky TP'd all the way to get the down to bot lane to get the bounties. And then he's like, oh, a fight coming. I have to BOT back in just before I get to the route.
Yeah. Oh, this quickening charm though on Skyrath, that's crazy.
It's really good.
So crazy.
Get all 4 bounties as well. Just building up their map control more and more. With the Satanic on the Gyro now, I actually don't think they should be scared of anything at this point. Yeah, like Doom's annoying, but with the Satanic on the Gyro, I think he can just sit there and tank up a lot of this damage. Press the attack the Gyro through a Doom as well.
Yeah. I mean, this puck's actually going for an Aghanim now, so he's backed out of going for the right-click build. Feeling like his team needs a little bit more lockdown, a little bit more control over these team fights, which I feel like they absolutely do.
I think if he's going for the Dreamcoil Rapid Fire at 25 as well, he probably should be looking to get that Ags. I think that's probably the way to play it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he will do anymore.
He's gone for this physical damage though, right? I think he has to... Not physical. I guess he has a Maelstrom.
I mean, he's got 90 damage on a Maelstrom. Like, it's not full commitment. There's no Desolator. Yeah, I think you wait. Kind of play for the GPM and then kind of hope that you hit 30. Not a big deal.
I just struggle to see where the damage is coming from on the Radiant side to deal with a Gyrocopter, a Kunkka, and a Legion.
Yeah. Do you think that Blink is still super necessary on Puck?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
I don't think there's like there's games where there's options to go without. You know, if you just get the cast range talent for Wayne.
It's not enough. Like the difference between 200 cast range and a Blink is like crazy. You can still get away with doing it sometimes if they have really bad lockdown and stuff, and you can just rely on Orb. But it makes your hero so much better, having the ability to be so maneuverable around the map. Playing Puck without Blink would feel super weird. Like having to get within what, like 500 cast range to use Waning Rift on somebody.
Yeah. It's certainly rough, but it's just something I'm interested to see if anybody experiments with in certain games. But there's that Aghanim's now finished up on the Puck, so he's going to have a lot more lockdown to offer to these team fights, and they're immediately smoked up, ready to go on the side of Sword Dart, but they've kind of realized that, wait a minute, what we've seen, let's have a look. Yep, there is a little light bulb up there, a little observer ward.
I like how they check after the smoke. Like,
yeah.
Don't check before, just check afterwards. Yeah. Fine.
Smoke, if we don't find anybody, just go, oh, they warded.
I also think, by the way, I think he might have to go Dreamcoil Rapid Fire. Otherwise, I don't think they do enough damage. Right. He might feel forced to.
Yeah. Yeah, he is looking to finish off that Mjolnir, but that might just be to shove that on the Lifestealer, the active. We'll see. I'm very interested to see what this puck goes. I feel like you probably want to give him the 40 tome just to make sure he gets there, because his 25 is just that strong. Like, what are you looking at? And his 30, of course. I mean, you've got Grimstroke, who's like, meh. His 20s are so meh.
I don't know, the 3 hits to kill the Phantoms.
3 hits to kill Phantoms. Yeah. And Warlock, he's actually really far behind. Only 18 experience. Like, oh, we didn't go for the 50% XP gain.
I can't wait for my boy Doom to get the 175% cleave.
How do you not go for the 50% XP gain on Warlock?
Oh, he probably wants to take Shadow Word AoE.
Yeah.
I would assume. Oh, they got the puck. With the jewel.
That's quite intense. BKB from Curry just popped there as he runs them down. Just looking at the front lines. Well, he's actually trying to escape. Okay.
That's
Let's see it, baby.
He's close to Butterfly and Gyrocopter as well. I mean, Minimum Roche Spawn's about to hit, so they might just wanting to play a little bit more careful here.
Let's see. I mean, they have this ward up, so easy for them to play around it. They're very scared inside their base on the side of Sword Dark. They just want to stay safe.
Legion has 25 now, by the way, so he has the 350 AoE. Press the attack.
Sorry, how did Shad just kill a courier?
It was on the bottom ward. I think he was checking the Warlock was going to put his courier up there just for vision.
Oh, I see.
They had a ward.
Again, this game feeling like a boiling pot right now. At some point, it's going to spill over for one of these teams. And you know, I'm not even super favoring Viking, despite the fact that they're this far in control. This Lifestealer, he's going to hit really, really hard. You're not going to be able to stop him getting his damage off. If they haven't had a fight where we've managed to been able to see like the double doom and except like 5 minutes into the game or something. And the golems as well. You know, if you find a real 5-on-5 team fight, I really feel like Sword Dark is still very, very scary.
Yeah, they are. But again, it's the whole damage problem. Like, yeah, you get the Doom thingy off, Doom Soulbind off, but then like if it's on Gyro, he has a Satanic, so it lasts half the time or whatever now. And they have pressed the attack to keep people alive.
I honestly think they have enough damage. I really do. I think underestimate what the puck can do, even though he's not going for the right click build. He still outputs a lot with the low cooldowns. We have a fight breaking out right now. Solari on the front lines. He's got the BKB trying to get himself away with the Prince's Knife as well. Clear themselves out.
Let him out.
Yeah. No team wants to overcommit onto the other right now. Very respectful of one another, but very scared as well. And the fake Kunkka will be eaten up.
Ooh, Thicker. That's the
which team?
The really interesting one on PM.
I want to see it on the puck so badly. Yeah, Flicker is my favorite item out of the new ones.
Is it not really good against puck with the coil?
No, because you can't.
Oh right, okay.
I don't think. Maybe you can, but I'm fairly sure it's treated like all other blinks in that regard. Yeah, it's amazing on puck. It's amazing on Clockwork. It's amazing on like any high mobility hero, which just helps them kind of scale to even more mobility. Basically what it does is it blinks you in a random direction, I think 400 units, so it's absolutely chaotic. You have to have very good camera control in order to make it work, otherwise you will lose yourself.
600?
600 range, okay. Yeah. You
Wow.
can end up in trees, so you don't really want it to put it on a hero which isn't going to be able to escape from trees.
Oh, it has
like
a 5-second cooldown.
Yeah, and it's not cancelled by damage.
What?
Yeah, it's mental. It's mental. So if you could get this on puck, if you can get this on
I want to see it on Sand
Legion, would be pretty good. Yeah, Sand King.
Like Blink, Yule, Spur, Strike, Flicker.
The Magic Lamp. Another tier 4 item here. When the wearer of health 4 blows 15%, they will receive a hard dispel and be healed for 300 health. It's shit.
I actually think this is really good against the Doom. For the Doom, sorry.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, a duel comes out. They managed to catch it. No, they actually... What? No, Boom was the one they targeted. They managed to bring him down, and the Lifestealer was inside him. So Toby dies as well. It's not a bad trade, all things considered. And they do have the buyback on the puck, and Digi's not really afraid of just running forward right now as these are.
The dude just gets hit by 3 boats in a row. He's like, what's going on?
I'm stuck.
Oh, they gave the magic lamp to Grim.
Yeah. It's not like valuable enough, I don't think. I mean, the 400 health is nice, but
he has his ags coming out in the courier now for Kunkka. This should be fun. As if these fights weren't chaotic enough already.
God, look at the illusions. The illusionist cape illusions from Kunkka are just like chonking.
They are buff.
Now this is the part where you make the ultimate Tanner play. You just put yourself, you just walk into Roche Pit, pretend you're an illusion. They come in and try and kill you. Bam, you kill the Lifestealer. GG. He's going for it. Prince's knife, flicker. The 5 becomes the core.
Legion has the Mindbreaker, doesn't he? Yeah. Is he just looking to upgrade the axe on the Kunkka? I guess he is. He doesn't really want to get rid of any of his items.
Yeah,
Maybe
the
just before a
Illusionist
fight, he
Cape
swaps
is
it in.
pretty meh, honestly.
It's really good with the Radiance though. It just helps you push waves.
Yeah. Double damage Lifestealer. Nothing to see here, folks. Oh, he's got the Havoc Hammer as well. That's a fun one.
What, on the lifesteal?
Yeah.
It gives him plus 0.3 base attack time.
Yeah, I mean, you
doesn't really
feel it,
matter.
like his attacks feel like they take a little bit longer, but really, yeah, it's not a big deal. It gives you plus 60 damage, I mean, and on the
Yeah.
strength here, plus 18 strength makes it more than worth it. The active is actually quite underwhelming, but it could work really well with Puck.
What did Puck take? Oh, he took the GPM. Boo.
Boo.
He has that Lincoln's now, so he might actually survive.
Yeah, he might live for more than 2 seconds. No, he dropped the hammer. What? Guys? Hammer?
He really wants his MKB lifestealer.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Like, he really needs it versus the Gyrocopter's butterfly. Isn't there an evasion talent on?
They give away the
somebody
spider
else as
legs. Why do people keep giving away spider legs? Why don't people put in spider legs instead of boots? Can you tell
Who
me?
knows?
You know?
Knows?
I don't know.
And it just runs the illusion up the high ground. Just getting vision. They can just shove in this bot lane though, and then somebody from the Radiant has to defend this. Yeah, like Puck's TPing.
Yeah, but we're in a real gridlock right now. I mean, we haven't had fights. We haven't. I mean, I'm not even sure I remember the last time Golem was used. It's
Probably been about 20 minutes, hasn't it? Like,
literally. Huh. They're just leaving their items by their shrine right now. Courier's coming to pick them up. Someone needs to pick up this Havoc Hammer, I think.
on the courier.
Yeah. Get rid of these illusions. Huh. Prince's Knife doesn't kill illusions. What it would have. Probably balanced.
I think so. Oh, Skyrath.
Ooh, playing with fire right now. In comes a coil, and they're going to bring him down very quickly indeed. The Lifestealer tearing through him in seconds. And now we back off.
He does have 6 armor. And he was playing against a Deso AC Lifestealer there.
6
so,
armor. What the hell?
He has the Hex though, right? That's what he's going for.
Yeah.
Trying to play more aggressive. He's level 26 and a half on the Skyrath. He has a GPM talent. He's going to be really big. I think when he gets his level 30, his talents are really good.
Yeah. What's the win pro? Because I don't know. Yeah, no. Gaben doesn't know either. He's like, oh, could be anybody's game. But they're jumping onto the CM right now. Damage coming in, but not really a very hard commitment. Definitely don't want to throw down a Doom onto a CM. That would be not the play. They're just waiting. Roche is very low. 55 seconds till the Skyrath Mage is up, so they've got plenty of time to play around with this Sword in the Dark. They're going to send in their Conquer. Bit of the combo out onto the Warlock. Holding steady. Sword Dark being very careful, but this might be the play. They infest inside the park, looking to karma up around on the high ground here.
Yeah,
Do they have the vision off it? They do not. Neither team has vision off one another. They know they're here. They're playing around it very well, nicely.
I think if you're doing this, you have to go all the way around, like past a small camp and then up and round again.
Yeah, look at the
gonna
pings
get a
coming up
ward
as well. They're saying they know. And they spot that illusory orb as well, and that's going to give them all the chance they need. Quickly
Is that the
picking that
cleave
one up.
damage one, or is
No, it takes towers now. 50%,
Oh, right,
50 attack speed and 25% bonus building damage. Very nice. Oh, Courier nearly gets taken out. Bunker Illusion giving them the vision, but they've wasted so much time deliberating on whether to do Roshan or not that the Skyrath Mage has respawned, and now Viking are ready to go. They're gathered as 5, looking to make a play of their own now.
I'm surprised they didn't try and commit there on the Radiant side. At least try and force a buyback. Problem is though, like you're playing into like Boat, like Ghost Ship Fleet. He's got the Ags upgrade as well on the Kunkka.
Go. Viking, they're going in for this right now. Note that Ags on the Kunkka.
Get
Torrent
wards
Storm
down
is
on the high
available.
ground.
They're coming in from behind. This could be disastrous. They managed to find them right now. The wards come up onto the high ground. They see everybody, and they will engage. Digi's going to be the target, but no. No one's going on anybody right now. Curry's on the front lines there. Jewel coming out. The double duel is back with Lotus Sword. The damage is there. And down goes Curry. And down goes Ruff as well. He's not going to last very long. Snap 2 heroes down on the side of Sword Knight. Taking a good advantage so far.
Oh, the
Viking.
again.
Yeah, he's coming back in on this one, but he's not going to fall. They're really looking for the double doom, but they'll have to settle for a single one onto the gyrocopter. They want to try and take down the gyro. Buyback, well, they will be able to rip through him pretty easily. They try and force stuff away, but it's not quite enough. Meanwhile, down goes Solari as well. A pretty chaotic fight, but it does go really well to the Sword Knight. This Roshan, though, is going to go down so quickly. If they want to make a play, they've got to make it now, and they don't have their ultimates. They're going to let it go. Roshan will be going the way of Sword Knight, I think. Oh god. Oh god. Skyrup, no. You're not a hero that can make that happen.
I really disagree. I think if you buy back on the CM and the gyro, they have no Golem, they have no Doom.
Yeah.
Like, how are they going to fight you? Just buy back and take the Aegis for yourself.
I can only agree. It's an interesting call, but now things are looking very even indeed as they do manage to take the fight on Sword Dark. Viking not willing to give the enemy team a win condition, but instead giving them an Aegis. Now, with a 12k goal advantage, seeming very, very spindly indeed for Viking.
I feel like, yeah, I feel like the Scar's going to have to buy back now anyway.
If you have to buy back, and oh my god, this Lifestealer is wrecking.
So you've given them Aegis, and you're going to give them a set of rats because you haven't bought them.
Is that really going to be the play here? Luckily, this counter illusion. Gonna do a little bit. They've got to fortify as well. 20 seconds should be long enough to wait, but they're definitely going to lose a tower, and they're really looking to try and take more here. Tanner pushing forward. He's got the Torrent Storm if he wants to try and delay with that, perhaps, but I mean, if a fight breaks out and you don't have that spell, you're going to feel very weak indeed, and yeah, they are going to lose a barracks. This is really, really costly. Viking did not want to buy back here. They just wanted to hold on to that win condition.
Bot lane, there's a little bit of a push going on.
Yeah, a little bit.
Double cap, that's quite a lot of damage.
I remember you said you thought he might be going for the Shadow Word AoE.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Oh, that's...
Just didn't want XP, I guess. Imagine, Shady, you could be 30 by now.
He definitely wouldn't be 30, but he'd be like 27 or so, I think. The XP you need to get to level 30 is crazy, but I think like 29 to 30 is like 7.5k XP. Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty mad, but at the same time, you also got to consider that when you do take the XP talent, you're then going to be playing a bit more XP oriented, so...
Like Legion has a 25 XP talent at level 10, and he's still only level 28 and a half.
Like, yeah. Funny just holding on and seeing those crazy numbers. 6,500 XP you needed to get to level 20.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, but might hit some this game. Who are we most scared of? I mean, Legions is alright. Not amazing, but it's pretty good. Just an all-round buff to her spells.
I really think Radiant should be making plays while the Aegis is still up on the Lifestealer. I think you just have to go for this.
Yeah, they are feeling a little bit hesitant.
Like, Doom has an Aeon Disc now as well, right? So he can't just get blown up straight away. He has Aeon Disc and Cheese.
The money just ticking in from Puck. It's always a crazy thing to witness. So much gold.
Yeah, he's building crit. I like this.
Yep, going crit. And Hex queued up next, interestingly. I mean, I think that's smart, honestly. I don't like the idea of trying to, like, just build loads and loads of right-click damage for when you hit that 30, because, as you say, 30 is still a long, long way away.
I mean, the thing is, Hex is always just a good item, right? And they have a Grimstroke. Well, who has a Hex of his own, by the way.
Wow.
Like, the Hex effectiveness basically doubled every single fight.
I just feel like the no Aether on Grimstroke anymore. I mean, he obviously had it before, but got rid of it, I would suppose.
I think the Vlad's is more important, though, right? Oh, that's a lot of items.
Wow. Oh, but it's just neutrals, though. They're probably just picking them up for the bin. Interesting point someone in chat just made, by the way. Hitmaniacs named themselves Sword Dark. Who else has a name similar to Sword Dark?
What?
Who else who used to be a Hypomaniacs player had a name similar to Sword Dart?
Oh, what Samurai?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a very good point, actually. I didn't think about that.
No, me neither. Out to TV. Meanwhile, Gyrocopter's being jumped on right now. Gonna break that call. Didn't realize the eggs was out. And he's taking so much damage right now, but turning it around. He's got the Satanic. They're gonna have to drop the Golem for this one. Shad is eventually running out of health. Digi closing the gap. Needs a little bit more. And with the open wounds, that'll give him what they need. Boom, finishes him off with a Waning Rift and puts an end to this Gyrocopter. His team are coming in from behind, and I'm not too sure about this one at all. They've been double doomed up. This is a disaster. They're trying to fight up in this one, but they've got two heroes who can't use any zap spells. Digi just chasing, chunking into Tanner right now. Tanner can maybe turn around. In comes the storm. The torrents are out, but Tanner's losing his health. He needs to play around, but oh no, two torrents come out onto Curry. Curry gets dropped. In they come. Digi has to back out. I hope you bought your umbrellas, because you're going to need them for the torrent storm right now. Doom fighting up on the front lines, though. Tanner finally dropped. The storm did not last as long as I thought. Aramis also dropped. The buybacks are coming in. Meanwhile, yeah, and they fight. Mumford's going to get killed. It isn't all the dieback. Two heroes now dead for this one. It was a brave play from Viking, but they did make it, and it does go their way in the end. They managed to not just win the fight, but get two buybacks from it as well. Diebacks nonetheless.
How long until they're up again? It's like 2 minutes or so? Yeah. They have to do something here on the die side. If they've taken the buyback timings, they'll know that it's a 3 versus 5 here. Like, there's no Doom. There's not even any golems either for 90 seconds. I think this has to be your time to win the game here.
They got to go for this one. Do they realize this is their timing? They're going for the Megas instead. Viking playing it safe as they've been doing all game. Puck, meanwhile, goes for an arcane rune. Interesting.
Going to go for the face shift attack meme. Have you seen Shane's video?
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, you need 2 octarines. Yeah, and I think they changed it so you can't have 2 octarines anymore. So. Good job, Shane, getting that enough. They're jumping straight forward onto Aramis. Aramis getting real low, but still surviving. The end, this is OP. Digi getting beaten down real fast right now. And in come the golems. They're trying to turn this fight. Digi will drop, has the buyback, uses it. Puck has his as well if he wants to jump in on this one. They're just trying to fight. And then down goes the golem. But Golem upon death gives them a little bit more, but still they're just fighting on the front lines. Viking have lost nobody right now. They're still trying to fight. The damage from the pocket is significant. Shad turning around and fighting into the life steal. I'm not sure that's a play, but he will be able to get out. Tanner so low on HP here as well. Don't forget they don't have buybacks on the side of Viking either. And in comes the Legion Commander. She really wants this, and she does have buybacks, so this is a conscious decision. Trade Mega Creeps for the dieback, and now we hit the 57-minute mark.
There wasn't even a dieback on the Legion. Like, the Legion has
Sorry,
buyback,
yeah,
so.
right. So buyback for the and she's probably not even gonna have to use it. If you get megas, you don't have to use it.
Almost level 30, by the way. Here we go. We're about to hit first one. Actually, Puck's almost.
2 rapiers, by the way. Casual,
okay.
In case you're wondering. Yep. Digi grabs one, and Gyrocopter buys one as well.
Sure. Why not? I mean, this has to be the last fight, right? Like, both teams know.
I mean, whilst it might seem weird for the Gyrocopter after they get Mega Creeps to buy the Divine Rapier, I wholeheartedly support this. And not just because it's a good meme, but also because you need to end the game. Just because you've got Mega Creeps doesn't mean the game is over. You still need to finish it. You don't want to end up in a position where the enemy team have buybacks, so you know they're going to be coming to try and force this Legion. It's the right play. If you die, you're dead anyway, so you have no buyback on that Gyro.
This global concussive shot meme from Araf's amazing.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
he's
just
like
a
top
really
right.
weird
You can
one.
see, like, look at the map. You can see like the little bit of it's coming across the map. Like, oh my god.
Oh, sick dodge. Yeah, I mean, I always like to have the minus 15% Ancient Magic Seal resistance reduction. That's a mouthful.
It's really good some games, I think. But when you get to level 20, it tends to be the point that people have BKBs and things anyway, right?
Yeah.
So the amp that you try and get down just doesn't.
Alright, I'm going to address the elephant in the room. Are we going to get C level 70 neutral items?
Level 70?
Yeah, 70-minute one.
Dude, level 70 neutral item sounds amazing. Click it if you win the game.
Tier 5, whatever. Yeah, the Ancient Exploder. Just build a catapult on your base which fires at the...
I don't think we are. That's like still another 10 minutes and one team has Gyro's going to get buyback, and then they're going to go and try and win the game. Like, so look at Shad. He's just sitting in his fountain. He doesn't have to make a play until they come into his base.
Yeah. We're gonna see. Have we got any couriers giving stuff to people? Oh, okay. We've got one which is offering an arcane ring. I guess essence ring, but
this puck needs to just go and farm level 30. It's a really big deal if he can get it before the next fight. Like, life's gonna get out of me, dude.
yeah, I need the XP, please.
Oh, this Doom takes the outpost. Wow, at the same time as Legion takes the bottom outpost.
Pretty big news. And there we go, level 30 reaching our first hero, and it's the Legion Commander with that XP talent. So, AoE press the attack plus 40 dual damage bonus. You know,
Puck's about to get it as well.
Not bad. Yeah, that's a big. It's going to increase their damage. If they take this Roche, that is going to be Puck with the level 20. Probably not enough to get him 30 actually, I don't think. But yeah.
Oh, it's Ags. It's Ags.
It's Ags.
Do you give the Ags to Doom, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah,
for sure. And he takes a cheese as well. Puck's so close, goodness me, look at that. He's a little bit more, there he goes, pushed him over the edge. Puck is now at that level 30, so we got ourselves some AoE Dream Call action. There's a duel coming down in the bottom lane. I don't know what this is about. Legion Commander getting jumped on right now. She does have a buyback, but just gonna die like that for no good reason, seemingly. I mean, I guess if you get that kill onto the Warlock in the base, then you've more or less won your team the game. They're not going to be able to team fight without these golems, but a huge risk to take.
Yeah, well, did you not? I thought it was the Grimstroke he used.
Oh, it might have been the Grimstroke.
It's still the same thing though, right? When you have these
yeah,
megas,
right,
it
was.
won the game when it's in, right? Like, you have to be constantly threatening still. And if you're not threatening, it makes the Radiant feel like so much more safe.
Yeah.
Warlock has Refresher Ags, by the way.
There's a bit of a wave coming into the base, but luckily Puck is staying around. He's got the boots of travel, level 2, so easily able to come and help out.
Have you ever seen 4 sets of Fatal Bombs before? About to.
God, please no. If you get that off, you just like what AoE damage? Oh, the Puck.
Well, you have to
That's
do
a
it
big
on
meme.
Soulbind. I think they just go for this. I think they can win here. Radiant side.
Legion buys back. Don't forget about the rapier though. Gyro still holding it. He's really trying his best to hide this rapier at all costs. Puck's still defending in the base, but he's got the TP.
Lifestealer's max HP is only 2.2k.
Yeah.
Like, he is not a tanky hero in terms of raw HP.
Yeah. Alright, so they're going to equalize. Well, you can't equalize against Megas unless you get them all. Yeah, they're looking at the tier 4s still. Legion is back though. Legion. Oh, they're jumping forwards onto the Lifestealer. Lifestealer nearly loses Aegis. Curry jumps in though. They got to protect Curry. He actually takes a swing at the tower. Not too sure about that one. And now the X-Mark's coming out. Puck is coming up on this one though. Illusory Orbs being fired forwards. Their base is okay for the time being. Digi just tanking away. Down goes one tier 4. The X1's going to go down soon as well. You got to make a play here, Viking. You can't wait forever. And there comes a duel, but the golems follow up as well. Double golem, triple golem, quadruple golem. Brings down that Aegis, however. Toby still surviving throughout all of this. The turret storm coming out as well. Down goes Grimstroke, but in they go. They're trying to take the agent. It is exposed, but heroes are dying. The Lifestealer is dead. And down goes the Gyrocopter. He's going to buy back into this one as Skyrock just trying to fight right now. Curry is controlled. Can they finish the job? It looks like they can. Down goes Curry. He does have buyback. Lifestealer still has to wait an extra minute. CM is soloing Warlock at the end here, trying to bring down Senny. Can he finish the job? Yes, he can. Help me undying. Gives you a couple more seconds to think about your actions, and he will die. And now Viking, they've got a buyback on their Skyraft. All they need to do is buy back on him and get back down the middle lane. Can you defend with 2 heroes? I think the answer might be no.
They have the Dream Coil up in 15. I think if they can use it just outside their base to stop them coming.
It's a bit too much to ask for, I think, but it's a hope.
Like, he can buy a refresher.
Like, he can buy anything he goddamn wants. Is he going for Rapier? My boy. My goddamn boy. Get another one. Just get 2.
Yeah, you might as well.
Like, seriously, like, why not? Why not at this stage?
He has buyback though, to be fair.
True. Is this a buyback Rapier? No. No,
No,
it's a Divine Rapier.
How long till Life Stealers can buy back? It's 15 seconds for Life Stealer.
All right. We might have an actual fight in our hands, but the Drows are dropping so quickly. Oh my god, they've got to do something about this. They do have the Fortify. They're going to have to drop it quickly, though. The Ancient's under attack. Fortify! Okay. All right. Well,
That's what I don't understand. Like, just go and use the Dream Code to stop them getting into your base.
yeah, they didn't do it quickly enough. But a good game all the same as they hold on for 64 minutes at the end there. But unfortunately, the Gyro just does way too much damage. It was too much of an ask at the end. And Lifestealer just about gets his buyback off cooldown as the game ends. Not an ideal situation. They needed a way to keep him out of the base, and unfortunately, they just didn't have it. 2 versus 5. It was too much to ask for in the first place. And that is going to be the game. Going the way of Viking. In the first game of this best of 2 series, but it is a best of 2 series, so there is another chance for Sword Dark to come back and take another game.
Yeah, it was a good game.
Oh, sorry, I'm just stretching after that one. That was pretty chaotic. That was pretty all over the place right now. I feel like Viking had several opportunities to win this one. Didn't really push their advantage as much as I would have liked them to. Around this 45-minute mark when it got quite late, but even before then as well. They weren't really capitalizing upon the success they found on the map early on.
I think both teams made mistakes throughout the game, right? So, like, when you come into these
very
qualifiers-
broad statement.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, there were mistakes at key points in the game, I think. But I feel like if you were more seasoned, they probably wouldn't have made the same mistakes. Like, I think coming into these qualifiers, you have to get these mistakes out the way now, right? If you want to be like seriously looking at something further. So just, iron them out, go again. Because I think if either of these teams wants to really push on forward, I think they have to win the game convincingly.
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. You gotta put the fear. You gotta prove that you're not just trying to fluke this one, but you actually have the talent to do so. And also, you gotta look from it from like a career point of view for these players, right? Maybe Viking isn't gonna be winning any minor or majors anytime soon, but these players individually, they have the skill to be able to make it into a lot of these higher up teams, and they want to be the ones being considered. When the Rust swaps comes around, when their chance comes up, if you put in a good performance here, you can definitely try to position yourself into getting into a bigger team in the future. It's very much a case of you need to do well in your team in order to advance your career. So maybe Sword Dark won't be making it all the way, but you might find yourself in a team next season which can't, and that's got to be the ultimate goal for you as a player, as a career player. But then you also might believe in your team as well to make it. So yeah, it's just a balance, isn't it? Out of all these players, is there anyone who stood out for you particularly in this match?
In this match, I honestly actually don't think so.
Yeah.
Really. I think they all played okay, but I don't think any of them really.
I mean, for me, since I haven't seen Digi before, I was quite impressed how to the wall he was being. But in the end, yeah, he ended up with in a really awkward position. I think he made some mistakes with his item choice and stuff like that. I don't really know. He was a very aggressive player. He was basically all in on the damage, but you look at his items at the end of the bug. No way he had a killer in his. Oh, he actually.
Yeah, he did because he was building heart because he had an Aegis at the.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So yeah, not that much farm to be honest. 22.4k gold. He did buy the rapier and drop it. So I mean that's about 30k in general, but still the same as. Anyway, we're going to take a short break and then we'll be back with game number 2 of Sword Dark versus Viking. And then after that, we're going to be jumping into some secret games, I believe. It's going to be Wind and Rain versus Secret, and then Alliance versus Viking, and then finally Sword Dark versus Secret end of the day. I hope you stick with us through the entire thing. This is the EU qualifier for the Leipzig qualifiers, and we'll be back real soon. Good day there, and welcome to the DreamLeague Season 13 closed qualifiers of the EU bracket. My name is Nomad, joining me is my good chap Mo Farah as we get into the second game of Viking versus Sword Dark. Please do me a favor, old fellow, and take us through the last game as it went.
Oh, tally ho, good sir. What even happened last game? We had can't do it in the accent anymore. Too difficult when you've got to explain.
Very well.
We had like 25 minutes of non-stop fighting. Then nobody did anything for 20 minutes.
25 minutes of non-stop tribulations. You're absolutely right, indeed. And then from there on out, we basically stopped playing any old Dota. And there's tomfoolery happening. They just kind of idled around the map until about 70 minutes in, or just before 70 minutes. We didn't get to see the bloody items, the cool tier 5 items. So yeah, we were left wanting on that behalf. So as we got to the end of the game, it was just a couple of big fights, and then it was all over, wasn't it, old chap?
I really wish, like, people that didn't know what you were like in real life, they just imagine this is how you are. Like, they imagine me, and, like, they just get really disappointed. You have to keep up this act for the whole time now.
Very well.
People just be sad.
True. It's a persona cast now. Okay, very well. Lemon Spirit's been picked up by Viking along with Disruptor, Night Stalker, Ogre, Magi. Meanwhile, on the side of Old Dark, those old pals have got Crystal Maiden, Templar Assassin, and the old Kunker.
Yeah, so it's not going to be mid lane Kunker. You have to assume it's going to be off lane.
It's interesting that Sword Dark are this confident in their Templar Assassin that they're willing to pick it up as the second pick in their draft. Not common at all, to be honest.
Yeah, he's a great hero, though. I feel like good TA players, right? They don't care what they play against in lane, though. They're like, yeah, just give me TA. This is all I want in my life. Fine.
Right.
And but Tanner's played like so many this matchup so many times. Like, he's a TA player and he's an Ember player. So, and he's a very good Ember player. Like, when that hero first got like started getting picked a lot of the time, he was on it, and I'm surprised he's not still on it. So I'm surprised. Whatever way around, I mean, like, he's very good.
Yes, but yeah, he certainly knows the matchups very well, so he shouldn't be too worried about coming up against a Templar Assassin in the middle lane. They need a hero which is going to, I mean, obviously they need a right-clicking hero, one which is going to combine with Yoga Magi quite well. Any predictions for Viking?
I mean, they have Night Stalker. That's pretty good, and Ember's okay with it.
Yeah.
It also doesn't show whether the Night Stalker is going to be a 1 or a 3. Yeah, I think it's more likely to be a Toby hero.
Yes, yeah, I know he does play the hero quite a lot. Right. The Breastmaster coming out for Sword Dark, going to be their off-laner now. This is a hero we've seen a little bit of. Gives you a nice little bit of lockdown for both the Ember Spirit and the Night Stalker. Controlling up in that fight is going to be very, very handy for their team. And I just out of Viking.
Where's Kunker? Is that 4 Kunker then?
Well, it could be, old chap.
Doing like side lane Kunker Beastmaster. It could be support Beastmaster as well.
A little bit unlikely. I don't think I've seen that one nearly as much as I've seen for Kunker.
I think 4 like. But again, I'm not 100% sold either way. They need some, like... I think the only way this Kunker works is if they run it in a tri-lane. Beastmaster Kunker lane sounds horrendous.
It's a lot of strength. It's a lot of beefy boys laning together.
I think that's what you like to do, Reginald.
Well, that's totally unfounded accusations. I'll have you for libel and slander, my dear child. Anyway, Skywrath banned out by Viking, so I don't know what they think is going to happen.
They like just need damage on Sword Dark, right? Like, they needed some either like POS 4 or like core hero that just deals damage, and they have X Torrent, they have Raw.
So one of these is going to be a carry. So Kunker or TA carry is that a thing?
I think it's more likely they pick a different pick.
Right, they ban out the Skywrath meat. There's a hole in your logic which I'm pointing
because
out.
then they could have just played the Kunker. They just
Right.
put because it's just a good Skyrath game.
Jugcopter has been thrown out the window, thrown into the old trash can. Fuck. Final pick now coming up. Predictions.
Honestly, it could be anything.
Yes.
I think like
5
a
seconds
Wraith King might be
remaining.
okay as well. Great, but
Carry as well.
like
I'll
a
probably
void?
suggest. And for Ember Spirit always feels rather nice.
Radiant
And okay, it'll be the Phoenix. Clearly, they know something we do not. Maybe they do play the TA as a carry or something like that. I don't.
I think
Or
it's more
goes a
like to be
carry.
side laners. Play like a really hard tempo game.
Oh, sorry. I see.
I think you put the Beastmaster
ends.
lane, and I think you put hit them with fire, hit them with water in the torrent, play against them.
Well, that would douse the fire, though.
Don't need to hear it, all right?
1 minute 30, and I'll be able to drop this.
Oh no, you've committed. To be fair, they could put the supports with either of the side laners. Either.
A lot of flexibility.
Liking it. I think
They
they're
just
lacking
need a
a
good
bit
old
of
carry.
lockdown. I think they should pick a different offlaner here, to be honest, and put the Night Stalkers on. But the problem is then you're playing Night Stalker 1 against a Phoenix, where the egg like completely destroys nighttime. Something we haven't mentioned yet, but
Ooh, okay. Uno's going to come out as the final pick for Viking. It'll be Shad's hero. So this hero has been experimented with many folk over the past few weeks. Mostly we see it combined with the Vengeful Spirit. Her new aura gives her it's just straight up attack damage, which
the
Uno
percentage of damage, I think.
Right, so that'll be Shad's hero for this game. I'm excited to see how it plays. I don't think this is enough to kill the egg, though. That's my glaring concern right now. You don't have a hero which is going to be able to come in and easily start pounding away at this egg from any kind of range. I mean, you can go for the Dragonlance on Luna, sure, but it's feels like a real good Phoenix game.
I think Tanner has to do a huge amount of work
5
if Viking
seconds.
want to. Like, they have Night Stalker Ember Luna as their cores. Like, it's so greedy.
Yeah.
And you're playing against a lineup that have like 2 offlaners that are going to play a quicker tempo. I just don't. Viking have to like either really stall the game or like outplay them, like straight up. And
Well,
I don't think that's
my
gonna happen.
concern personally, I don't believe Sword Dark are going to be able to get enough momentum out of this line. And considering how they played last game, I'm just going to be critical, but based on the evidence we have, I really doubt that they're going to be able to play fast enough to stop this Luna being a factor in the game, and I reckon they're just going to lose out on the farm. So I'm feeling Viking for this. Got a more traditional draft, and I think, being a traditional gentleman myself, I favor.
They have Ogre Luna as well, so just farm. But I honestly think Tanner has to just make so many good rotations.
But he loves making space, though. This is kind of his, from the limited games I've seen of him, it's kind of his play style. It's how he'd rather be. And in any lineup, I always see 2 players. If one's going to be obviously making the space, if one's going to be obviously making farm, making the money, be in the win condition, and that always feels good. Nice, easy strategy they got for themselves, and just on the ease of execution. My money on the Viking. We'll see. So Diggy is on the Conquer, so heading to that safe lane as the carry. Beastmaster heading to the off lane.
What do you feel about the no boots Ags rush? Yeah?
I don't.
Yeah?
I've never been proposed this before, therefore it's very difficult to form an opinion on something which I have not seen. My knee-jerk reaction is, "What are you doing, you idiots?" However, if you can bait out a team fight with it and maybe go for the wraparound play or something like that. What about blink Aghanims? Just blink into the middle of everybody, right? You use the Torrent Storm, accept your death. Maybe if you can get, or call in the Ghost Ship and blink on top of it, get the buff immediately.
Nice. I like it.
and then Torrent Storm, and then just spin in circles.
I like this bottom lane on the Dire Side's item choice. I really like this ring of protection on the Beastmaster, and you get a headdress on the Phoenix, and it just increases their like relative like max efficient HP. Have the armor on the Beastmaster makes them really tanky. Phoenix is just going to help heat up all the time. I think the Phoenix is the key to this game, though.
Oh, big time, big time. I take back my earlier comments about having nothing to do with the egg, because actually, between the Night Stalker and the Ember Spirit, you've got a lot of gap close there, which is really important for dealing with the egg in the early levels, and then later levels, you've got the Bloodlust, plus the Hunter in the Night, you've got that talent, although it is at 25, but...
Don't have the Hunter in the Night, because the egg makes it dangerous.
Oh! What, does that override
Yeah.
Dark Ascension? Yeah. Oh!
The egg, highest priority weather. Like, daytime, nighttime.
More so than Lunar ulti?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's some good knowledge right there, my good. That's quite impressive, actually.
It just makes the Night Stalker's game really difficult. Like, we saw teams at the Major doing this. They were picking the Phoenix as like their counter to the Night Stalker. It didn't work very well a lot of the time. But I've seen it work in the open qualifiers.
Alright, well here's the new Lunar Blessing for those of you who have been a little bit slacking on the old patch notes here. So same aura radius as before, bonus damage of 10%, bonus armor of 10%, and 200 night vision, scaling up to 800, and 25% for the other values at max level.
Oh, Ogre has a headdress as well.
Pardon?
Actually really he has like high armor already.
Yes, yeah, no, there's a casual 11 armor under tower. No big deal. Let's stun out onto the Beastmaster. They're just really getting up in their faces right now and using this Luna's right click damage as best they can. Hilarious set on fire, gonna force him back for a little bit with the help of the boards as well. I mean, there's gonna be a really scary lane. You have to keep good lane control in this one, because if you let it get under tower, things are gonna get stacky real fast. You will not be able to run away from these fire spirits, from the Icarus dive, from the balls. There is too much, but Curry comes very far forward for that CS. We'll take some more hits for that, but all in all, it's a very messy time down in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, over at mid, it's Boom versus Tanner. Talk to me, Mofara. What's this matchup like?
It's very skill-based. Like, I feel like every TA matchup is... Because she doesn't have a way of taking off Flame Guard, so if you're the Ember, you just play around Flame Guard. Easier said than done. Doing a good job of it so far. Especially in these early levels, the Ember should be fine.
Yeah. And up at top as well, they're also just brawling. Every lane is just really getting angry at each other. I feel like they have a lot of pent-up aggression from the last game since it ended so quickly. They're ready for a big fight with buybacks, with right clicks, and spells coming out. And now they're like, yeah, let's just fight each other. Let's just have some fun.
Chilling.
Precisely.
This bot lane's going really well for the Dire Side. They've got the equilibrium to be quite near their tower. Really enjoying with how it's going at the moment.
Well, it's positioning up here at top as well with the just splitting apart so that the Crystal Nova can't get that much value down at bottom. This is where things get dangerous. You can see Shad, he's just trying to pull the creeps away. Doesn't want to be in the position where he's going to get run down by the Fire Spirits and the Icarus dive when they're off cooldown. It's really scary. The Solari has to be in the position where he can stop them running down his Luna. I mean, look at how far back Shad is playing. I mean,
the big thing for Phoenix, when he hits level 3, his hero's so much stronger. Like, it goes from 20 damage per second on the spirits to 40. But, like, all of a sudden, it goes from, like, a 320 damage overall at level 1 to 640 at level 2.
Yeah.
If you hit someone with all 4 spirits.
Quite the significant difference. You'll feel that in the lane. So should they be playing this carefully yet, or do you think they should be, this is what the level 2 when they need to, like, really kind of worried?
On who?
On Luna. Being
On
so
Luna?
far back, missing a lot of CS here.
I don't
9
think
and 3.
I don't think she can win this lane, like, at any point, at any level. As time goes on, it's only going to get harder, but even at this point, like, the boars, the Phoenix, like, spirits coming through, like a lot of constant DP.
Lane Tanner dropping a little bit low to the side blades here, but he's alright for the time being. Yeah, down at bottom, that's going to be Shad going down, though. They gang up on him. Meanwhile, Solari also needs to be a little bit careful. The slows, the burns, the poisons, it's all coming out, but he will also survive.
So I mean, though, Phoenix hits level 3, and that's it. Like, he's going for it.
Ooh. Disruptor being chased up here. Can they slow him down? No, they don't have the Crystal Nova. With the Mango, they'll have the mana for it. They'll slow him down. I think he needs another right click or two. A high-speed chase here between the supports as they try and run away. Or uphill. Nope. Not gonna happen. Aramis drops. Muff grabs himself a cheeky little kill, and they're diving hard once again. Solari in some trouble. Stunner's out onto Shenny. Shenny doesn't care. He keeps on fighting with the Ogre. The attack speed slow, suffering that Ogre Magi. And they're not done. They're still looking towards Shad here. Shenny is not leaving these trees. And Curry's right on top of him, just forcing him back. No creeps for you, sir. You see these range creeps? Well, you can lose some beam one, and, well, actually, he's gonna get the other as well. So maybe they do go to you. But still, we sent a message. Or Solari TPing back in on full health and mana. You do have to respect that a little bit. Now the bounce runes come up. And he gets one. Looks like... Ooh, okay. 3 bounce runes going the way of the Dire. They definitely had control of this bottom lane, but opting not to go for both bounce runes here might be a little bit questionable.
Lightstock has a Boots and Bracer coming up, by the way, so when that comes out, he's a lot stronger.
Once again, getting hit up here, but luckily Digi is there with a nice X-Marker spot to save the little Crystal Maiden from this horrifying Night Demon.
Like the opposite of a fairy tale.
Indeed. What's the horrifying flesh golem? That was Undying's one, right?
I think so, yeah.
That's like, I always remember that description. Horrifying flesh golem, and then he does that and he just looks a little bit stupid, really. Bit deficient.
Undying.
Sucks, I hate him so much. It's not fun to watch, he's not fun to cast. What is he? He's just a mess.
I think he's fun to cast.
What? Oh, there's zombies everywhere. Everyone's
Yeah.
slowed. Pretty cool.
It's cool to see a good Undying.
Okay.
Tanner's making a rotation down to the bot lane, but they saw him coming under the ward. So, what? Trying to get done down here. I guess it makes a bit more space for his Luna while he farms the neutral camp, which is nice. But disrupts the mid lane as well, has to be so careful.
Oh, well, he still managed to find a hero inside his chains right now, and Curry is going to be the target, but Muff is TPing in as well. Throws down the 3-man Crystal Nova, and they're looking for the respawn kill onto Shad, and Shad is getting melted. The boars, the fire, everything coming down, and they're actually looking towards Tanner as well. If they can kill the mid lane, that'd be nice, but they look towards Solari instead. A little bit slower, a little bit fatter, a little bit easier to chop him down, and that he will. Solari does drop. That's a little bit of gold going into the pockets of everybody on the side of Lord Dark.
I mean, the problem is, like, this Phoenix is supposed to have his weakest point at this point in the game. Like, before he hits level 6. And he's going to get to that level 6, level 7 mark a lot quicker than he originally thought now because of all these kills. And he's going to be loving life. This is what I mean about the Radiant lineup. Like, it's too greedy. All 3 of their cores need them online. Yeah, maybe Ember not quite as much, but he still needs a little bit.
Alright, well, it looks like they're swapping this up. Shad is going to just farm mid in between the jungle. Can do it much more efficiently, but I don't feel like Tanner actually survives this lane, though. I really don't. Like, this is an Ember Spirit. Okay, so he's just TPing top. Alright, well, he's just doing a tour of all the lanes. Tour de lanes right now, and top lane will be the final port of call. Digi in some trouble, going to cause that whale down on himself. The boat it is. Chains are nice, and they're actually getting through his defenses right now. Despite the extra run buff, it is now running out, and Tanner should just be able to finish the job here, and he recognizes he's dead. Tries to go for a CS, doesn't get it. Meanwhile, the rest of his team, they're chasing Shenny. Shenny, though, he's got himself that Icarus dive to get himself out to safety. And old chap will live a little bit longer, and now they can look towards this tower. Chop through. They're going to fortify. They don't have it anyway. Meanwhile, Shad, as expected, just kind of farming up this this hard cam. We'll come back to mid, though, with this haste route on TA. That's probably not... Oh, we have a mango tree.
Where?
TA, just got one, ready to go.
Oh, nice.
Now, the thing is, right, there's been some very heated debates. Some very... Solari TPing on this one, yeah. Shad as well, also being run down by the Phoenix, but it's Solari who's the one in trouble under the tower as Muff and Boom tear him down pretty easily, and Shad's going to get dropped as well. A solo kill from Shenny. And now a Korea! Oh no, Tanner's Korea, the passive gold is gone. Usage of the Korea restricted.
This game's getting worse and worse for them. They're slowly just losing control. I think if Dire can control both the outposts here, I think this game, it's really difficult to see how the Radiant would come back at that point. I know it's a bit early to say, but...
They're going to need a little bit more from their defensive capabilities if they're going to weather this storm. Chaz just leading the charge onto the high ground, but Merc just throwing down the observer straight away. I hope they have the sentries to get rid of this one, but I don't think they saw the CM, so yeah, they did. Or maybe they just knew.
No, the Luna on the Phoenix. Poor bird.
Oh dear. Yep, that is a pigeon stoned to death, exterminated like the vermin he is.
It's so weird seeing raindrops have 6 charges now. 5.
So, this is an interesting mango tree. Can you find it? That's my question.
Oh yeah, just below the bottom shrine.
Yeah.
It gives
so
vision as well, so it's actually pretty good.
It does indeed give vision, yes.
So was it 900? I think it is now. They trade outposts 1 for 1. Fair.
Yeah, it's like a very good vision around this area. Also, when you TP to the shrine, you'll be able to pick up some mangoes on the way. All good stuff. Until the enemy finds it and chops it down. Or Curry accidentally chops it down with wild axes.
Takes all the 8 mangoes that are in.
It's amusing. Damn mango thieves. There's nothing worse than having a mango stolen and then your mango tree chopped down. Nothing worse. And there's a roar coming out onto Tanner straight away. The boat to follow as well. Perfectly combined. Tanner stands no chance. Emma Spirit is finished off. Nice rotation in here from Sword Dark. And, you know, you have to look at where they are on the side of the Radiant. You know, they're up really deep right now. They're expecting someone to come and contest Toby. But now that they do, what's the play? Now they're all coming up to you. Aramis is just going to get left behind. And, well, TP out is coming. Muff's coming over. He doesn't have the... Oh, they get the axe mark. So from the high ground, Digi, fantastic job. And they'll finish off Aramis with a singular melt
as well.
Right, no passive gold for him for a while.
I love that the Kunkka's building armor here instead of Radiance as well. Just gotta keep that.
Yeah, that's a nice momentum item, and they're trying to run down Curry right now. Oh, the chains, that's not very lucky. Curry running into the pit, trying to juke them out a little bit, and just guiding them through the traps as well. Meanwhile, Supernova actually being dropped now. They're looking for the turnaround, perhaps. Solari and Tanner on their way out. Boom, also looking to jump in, but it's Nightstalk who's caught on the backland here, trying to play around with that vision in the Roche pit, and Boom is just trying to use Roche to find some sideblade hits, but it's not quite enough. The fire is there, but I think Toby will just about live. The trap was not charged up, so it's not going to do any damage. And that's going to put an end to this squabble in the river. Nobody actually died, I don't think. Oh, this is...
It's just farming.
Yeah, this is good. This is really good. Like, if Shad can find a little bit of space to farm, like, Luna is the fastest farmer in the game in a lot of circumstances. Obviously, depends on a lot of things, but...
A nice ocean heart as well.
Yeah, for a hero that's going to be in the... Oh, Shenny. This is a kill. This is a kill. Shad, I don't think he can... Oh, okay, never mind. Running circles. He's just running in circles. He's going to pop the ultimate. He's going to try and turn it around. Does he have the damage, though? Phoenix flies away and leaves Shad for dead. Poor little Luna gets roasted by the flames of Phoenix's trails. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Aramis gets finished off by Boom, and they're looking towards Roshan. Can they open up this pit? You bet they can. Refraction pop, Desolator in the TA. It's already pretty damn low, and it won't take much to finish it off. Oh god, Ember Spirit trying to go for the steal, trying to go for something. Now luckily they do keep him alive because everybody's just focusing on Roshan. Tanner, he needs to get the steal off if he wants to stand a chance to win this game, but doesn't manage to do it. He does get the kill onto Roshan at the very least, so he does not leave empty-handed. Their coffers are running low, and that will be a very welcome boost. But still, Aegis in the hands of this Templar Assassin is something which they will fear. The Blink Dagger's still a little bit of the way off. I feel like it wouldn't be a horrible idea to maybe just farm up for the Blink real quick. You've got to wait for this raw cooldown anyway. Well, they might just keep running at them.
By raindrops, by the way. You know that Phoenix versus Luna thing in the bot lane? Raindrops. 5. On the fight.
Do you like some raindrops?
Against certain heroes, raindrops are just 10 times better. Like Legion, for example, it's really good against as well. Like Luna. Heroes that just want this instant 4 versus 5 and they take you out the fight, right?
Yeah.
Like Kunkka as well is another one.
Now, Toby is getting spotted right now. He doesn't have a TP scroll, so he's just going to pop the ultimate, run through the trees, and salve up, and then maybe come back. I don't know what he wants to do with himself right now. I think he split the creep wave as the best option, right?
Yes. I have to cut a creep wave. He's actually just... even so, I actually thought Senny was going to drop the egg there to try and stop the Nightstalk from being able to run away.
Shad could be in a spot of bother in the middle lane. There's a X marks into boat combo, and with everybody TPing in, they might be able to slow him down, and in comes a Frostbite, and that's going to be a kill. They bring him down easily peasily. Meanwhile, Boom playing around the high ground right now, waiting to see if he can get a double meld on someone, but that's not going to be the case. And now, actually, Aramis coming in from behind. Does he spot him, though? Doesn't look like, or if he did, he's not interested in him. Yeah, we'll move one way, he moves the other.
Feels like they've got 2 +5s again in their net worth, like on this Radiant side. Because they haven't found any openings for this Disruptor to play with.
Oh no, they thought they had both outposts, and they will get none of them.
Hannah's like there, but he can't get into the outpost in time. Here. I'm going to open the XP graph. It's actually not as bad as I thought it was.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like a side effect of a team 5-manning, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Luna has been trying to like out the jungle. So they're pointing out that they want to play in this dire top jungle here. Nice look is running in, but yeah, they're gonna fight.
Oh dear, Beastmaster on the run. They're gonna get themselves a kill at last. And TA actually TP's into them. They glimpsed her out. They could look towards the other 2 heroes, and they're pinging it, but they're not going to complete their TPs, it looks like.
Luna has a nether shawl, which I think you give to somebody like the Disruptor, right?
Yeah. It's a Luna item. You need that armor too badly. Like, it's not a horrible idea for the spell damage, and magic resist is nice, but that minus armor just hurts too much when it comes to your core matchups, especially with a TA. She's going to rip her in half, but she doesn't have it in her inventory. It's just in a backpack for now, and I'm sure she'll pass it over when she gets the chance. Meanwhile, the middle 2 tower, it's well, it's looking a bit like dead. It's looking a bit dead. Like a pheasant on hunting day.
Well, that's a van race.
That is a nice item, and I think it immediately turned into one.
Yeah, double Wraith Band.
Yeah. Always amusing when you're just like, oh, I picked up a van brace, and then someone's like, can I have it? I'm like, no, you cannot. It already turned into whatever I needed, not what you needed.
I think it's the best on Luna on their team. She needs
yeah, absolutely. It's always good on ranged heroes, right? Sorry, actually heroes, but Solari is having a very urgent meeting with Death. And he's made it on time, I think. Maybe a little bit early, perhaps.
Oh, this Phoenix is doing a Yule.
Ooh, Imclaw and Conquer. That's a really fun one.
Okay, yeah, that is pretty good.
Do you want some crits on Tidebringer, guaranteed?
Sounds fun. So the Yules on Phoenix is really cool because the big worry for the Phoenix this game is if you get Static Storm, right? So Yules is obviously one of the better items at helping you deal with that. Oh, bot lane. Oh,
yeah, he's getting ballsy. Does have an Aegis, but it only saves you once. Don't want to underestimate the team. If you end up accidentally feeding away both lives, then you're going to put your team in a very awkward situation. And they actually give the Imclaw to TA, another fantastic carrier of this item, given that Meld Strike guaranteed crit is obviously insane. Toby being chased down, he's actually going to pop the Yules on him to try and slow him down a little bit longer. Can they get the vision for the X marks? Doesn't look like they can. And Digi, yeah, he thinks it's in the jungle. That's not right. The Night Stalker gets away, and now the Age has actually ended without too much being done, honestly. You know, 18 minutes in with this lineup, you kind of wanted to look at having high ground with this Beastmaster, but didn't happen. But still, they're in a great position. Playing very, very well.
Oh, Ogre getting burned off. I mean, they're just taking away all of Radiant's vision. Look, Radiant don't see anything on the map, right? And then they have traps on the dire side and Hawks on the other side as well. So Radiant are literally just playing this game completely blind. Really difficult for them to try and figure out what's happening in this game.
Describe what's happening in Braille, I guess.
That would be very difficult. Dragon scale. Okay. 5 armor's pretty nice.
Yeah, and it's going to apply on everybody you using the Sleight of Fist on. So
I think if you're the dire side here, you look to try and smoke up after taking this tier 2 and play towards the bot outpost now. Either you control both. You'll have shoved this top lane in enough that the top one should be fine. But I think they should be looking to control the other one straight away now. I don't think you can just freely give away these outposts. Like, you have your tier 1 you can TP here, which they might. Come on, yeah, they're going for it. You can see it.
Yeah, they want to defend this. They want to keep this XP advantage on their side, and Solari is going to be the unfortunate recipient of that boat tearing apart very quickly, but Tana's going in on this. They're looking for the kill, and with the ultimate on the Disruptor, they might just be able to do it. Solari buying back into this fight as well, but Tana's actually the one taking more damage than the TA, despite being in a Disruptor ulti, and he's going to get picked off. Muff throws down the ultimate, and they're going to back up on the side of Viking, but they really want to try and play around this outpost, but unfortunately, vision doesn't mean much when all it means that you can see your death coming. They do get the XP for it, and a TP away from one is going to keep the Luna and the Night Stalker alive, but they lose Solari for a second time. It's a dieback on him, dead for 60 seconds. It's a bad beat once again. It doesn't really matter how you frame it. Yeah, you get 500 XP for your entire team, but I mean, for what? You gotta look at things logically sometimes.
It was not good, it has to be said. I think when this Kuka gets BKB, I think they can just go on the dire side. Is TA close? Oh, she's got it coming out in the courier.
Yeah, she does. That's worrying.
Where is it? Oh, oh, right, there you go. Okay.
Good, buddy? You found it yet?
Yeah, I'm on it, I'm on it. Hey, you're somebody. On the Luna.
She's got the BKB coming out to her. She has the BKB, and it's going to be popped immediately. And the courier is dead as well. And I think she still might die here if Boom keeps chasing up the high ground, but no, will not do so. An uphill miss as well keeps the Luna nice and healthy. And now they have a glimpse. They're actually bringing... There's no follow-up. They're too scared.
Just like, try it. I dare you.
Yeah, I'm just going to put my BKB and murder you.
It's a Reddit if you slow roast one as well. I think the dire side, they're going to be happy with this one.
Yeah.
I actually don't know it yet.
It's a medium one. They're really poking the TA pretty hard right now. They really want this BKB charge out of her, and they'll get it. Tana playing the game. Oh, the all chat lines as well. When you're this far behind, I like the confidence, but of course he is Tana from high school, you know. Gotta throw out those taunts when you can, you know. Just I've got more Californian than I have like Chad voice.
CM has a blink. Good luck with that, guys.
Cool. Link with Keen Optic as well. That's 75. Look at the range of this blink. She can go anywhere she wants within reason.
Yeah, anywhere she wants. Can't go anywhere she wants.
Anywhere she wants within 1,275 range, and they've got a third Beastmaster here. Yeah, nice little kill.
Get the mangoes!
Oh, get the mangoes and chop down the tree. Send a message.
There's more mangoes.
Come on,
to pick
there's
up,
more
guys.
mangoes. There's plenty more mangoes. There's 3. That's a whole stack. And they didn't chop down the tree. All right, I'm officially hoping Viking lose now.
And didn't even have a quelling blade. How do they chop the tree? He's just picking up all the mangoes on Night Stalker. Okay, there you go.
Ah, there we go. He chopped it down. All right, I'm back in the driver's seat. Viking, let's go.
Just has 7 mangoes now on Night Stalker. Good.
Someone had to. 7 mangoes the enemy team don't have. Unfortunately, they might be having themselves an Aegis and cheese sometime soon if they don't make their way over here quite quickly. And unfortunately, well, it doesn't matter how quickly you get here now. This Roshan is going the way of Sword Dark. Their first Roshan, which is technically wrecked because the Ember Spirit killed the first. No. Ember Spirit killed the first one. It's their first Roshan. The second one off the game.
Oh, the egg goes off.
I debated you. It did a little bit. The zoning egg. Oh, run! Oh, he makes it out. Cool guys don't look at explosions, but unfortunately Muff jumping straight in. But Muff's taking a lot of damage. He's inside the Disruptor ulti. There'll be a quick pickoff, and Shad coming into the front lines as a BKB pop from the TA to kill off Aramis. It's not a great BKB usage, all things considered. Still has that Aegis though. Meanwhile, they're just beating down Jenny. Then comes a Roar. They're jumping onto the Luna. Luna's losing her health real quick. Can pop the BKB to get away and will not survive as in comes Boom with the Melt Strike hit. Grabs a kill onto Shad. Shad buys back into this one. They need to find a way to defend, but unfortunately they're losing Toby too quickly, too fast. He did drop a gem, but they're not going back for it as in comes Boom. He gets swapped back into it. They're going to lose his first life. Tanner playing on the front lines here. They need to reclaim this gem. They need to keep this fight going somehow. And there's a clumsy net coming out, but the yield is out in response, and now comes the ultimate from Shad. Coming in the backlines. Could they be making this defense right now? Tanner leading in the front. Boom is going to die. He goes down, but Tanner frozen, eaten alive by Muff. They will defend, but it's really costly as they will lose their Ember Spirit. And everybody else getting back. They call it quits. The high ground attempt was unsuccessful, and that was with an Aegis as well. And all of a sudden, things look possible for Viking. I mean, it's still an uphill battle. It really got to push hard if they want to stand a chance of winning this one. But they defend the high ground. The first step on a very long journey has just been taken.
Well, I think they still lose the fight overall, right? They keep the tower, but they do take the Aegis. So the big thing about this is that it stops this like.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? Now you've got time for the Luna to farm. You know, at least a 6-minute respawn on Roshan means that they won't want to come high ground without this Aegis, I don't think, unless they can find a pick off. But you've got to be really disciplined now on this map. You can't let anybody get picked off who will not be able to buy back and defend.
Yeah, I mean the problem is that if Disruptor dies again now, they have like no team fight, right? Oh, Paladins. Okay. Okay, well I think you give it to. Yeah, they did. I struggle to see how Radiant like ever take a fight now still. Like the Disruptor, they're gonna focus the Disruptor first every single fight, right? And they picked up a Hell with the Undying, which I think they probably give to Phoenix. Or CM maybe as okay, CM's take. I think Phoenix is always gonna get ult off, that's the problem. So like you don't even need to give her the Helm of the Undying.
That's right. They're coming in fast. They're going to cut off their method of retreat. They have the TPs. They certainly do. Disruptor's already out of here. The other two, they're thinking about the outposts, but that feels brave. They're just pushing fast as they can. Yeah, they need to. If they're going to do it, they need to do it now. The Phoenix is coming in. I mean, she's got no methods of cancelling TPs herself. Oh, she does actually. She's got the Yules. My bad.
Oh no!
Oh no! Run from the laser beam! Don't go towards the beam! Oh, Solari! Why did you wait so long? Don't worry, he's got the Ironwood tree. Here we go.
Oh, enchanting quiver.
Yeah, it's
okay.
It's okay. I think you probably still keep the Paladin Sword and Vambrace though.
Oh, I don't know. You've got to swap the thing in. Swap
yeah, and then use it. Use it once and then.
8 seconds. I think he's better than Sword.
The quiver is better than the sword. No, choosing to get rid of the Vambrace actually.
That I don't agree.
I don't agree with. It doesn't give you any stats. That's the thing.
They're making a play for this outpost spot lane. I think someone from Dire TP.
Probably.
Just gonna scare them.
Yeah, but I mean, you're forcing them around the map to go and deal with this, though. Right?
Yeah.
Now look, Tanta's just moving straight up to the top one. You know exactly what he wants to do.
Oh, TA is a Daedalus. Okay. Oh.
All right. Well, she's very critty right now. Imp Claw, Daedalus. It's a lot. Is Tana not taking the other shrine? Oh, I'm disgusted at
Just drop static in the bot lane, push out the wave. Fair enough.
Fair enough. I mean, that's what they need to do right now. If it's what you need to do, it's what you need to do.
The extra spell damage, sure. Just enough. They have a gem on the Disruptor, by the way, because they need to clear out these hawks and traps all the time. Very, very important. I don't see a way for them back into the game if they don't do that. Like, even if they can, it's still really difficult. But they need to get some kind of vision control back away from these hawks and traps.
Big ask. They're not easy to control. There's a lot of hawks. There's a lot of traps. But yeah, I really do. I really enjoyed the gem pickup. Like I thought it was really good. I forgot to come on at the time. So.
Oh, there's a craggy coat for the Dunker. Probably give it to the them or the Phoenix.
I think
CM's already
Phoenix, right?
CM's already like rocking all these items.
Yeah, she's pretty baller.
Oh, boat mid lane.
Yeah, they're looking at the Night Stalker right now, and there's the Kunet, and they got a Roar if they want it as well. Not even going to need it though. Toby, he's going to get caught out in the mid lane, and that's 90 seconds without Night Stalker. That's a real opportunity to come on high ground right now. Does not have buyback. The timer is still going.
Sick clumsy net from B.
Very, very clutch.
And they gave the craggy coat to the Phoenix as well. I really like this. Makes him like really difficult to kill enough. This tower's just melted.
Oh my god, the anti-armor, it's real. And they've still got a BKB to play with as well as Tanner jumping out deep and jumping back again.
For the glyphs?
Yeah, I mean, they've got her out here. She's got a BKB whenever she wants to use it, and immediately does drop it, and the Ogre Magi is going to melt for that one, but does have the buyback. Is going to use it, and now everybody's backing themselves out. But look at that Remnant, jumping in forward, jumping in back. Seeing if he can make anything happen here. Don't give up, shouts Toby from the grave.
Nice, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Got this. They're just going to take the shrines. Stay safe.
Yeah, keep it cool, keep it calm, keep it under control.
They're trying to just get the outpost. Yeah. Oh, did he do it in time?
Oh,
it's really close. Oh,
no.
No.
Didn't make it. Anybody else could get over there a little bit quicker, then you know, the more people, the faster it gets done. But no one else made the effort. Just CM. Or CM being dragged down by a garbage team.
Story of every position 5 everywhere, they say.
Oh, she's going for the shrine. Get it, CM. Only Undying, by the way, on the Crystal Maiden, which is a very nice hero to have it on. You can just pop freezing field. They can't cancel it. Like, they can't do anything. You just get a free freezing field.
They have so many items. Like, CM's just picked up a BKB as well on top of the blink. And she has like 3 of these level 1 items or whatever. Oh well. Tier 1 or tier 2 and a tier 3 actually. Phoenix just has this crappy coat. Like, Kunkka has Titan Silver as well as an AC now. He's possible to kill.
And such a huge deficit for Viking to make up for this one. It's looking like it's heading towards 1-1, but it's been looking like that for the last 10 minutes, and we haven't really seen much more gained. I mean, they're just waiting for Roshan. He's going to be up in 2 minutes 45. Goodness me. All right, guys, we might get another tier of items out then.
Go for the 70 minutes.
We were close last time. I feel like we're owed it now. If I get through an entire day of casting and don't get to see any of the tier 5 items, then I'm going to go to bed sad. Yeah, Curry is actually going to get brought down here. The TA's not jumping in to help him out. They did not have the positioning to keep him alive. And Toby, he wants this right now. They're jumping the gap. They're going to force the BKB right now. That's another charge used down to 6 seconds. And even Digi looking like a tempting option. They jump forwards. Heals out. No, that's a bug. No, he definitely did use himself. I'm sorry. Yeah, he doesn't have a BKB. He doesn't have anything to stop this. Already used the Yules. That's a +1.
They're trying to split the map up and farm because they assume the Radiant are just sitting in their base being scared. The Viking are like, yeah, let's just make a play.
Well, sure, you get the kill onto the Beastmaster, which is forgivable, and then I really don't think anybody else dying from that is much fault of the Dire. Like, you have an Ags on their Ember Spirit. The catch, combined with the Night Stalker, is absolutely berserk. Like, they can get across the map so quickly, and I think the TA needs to run a different like, obviously, in retrospect, it's really easy to tell this. You would not be able to tell it otherwise, but TA needs to run a different direction so as not to get her teammates killed. She's got a BKB, her teammates do not. If she leads them in that direction, you can end up inadvertently getting your Phoenix dropped because this insane catch, and they don't have the insane runaway as she does.
I agree, but my point at the same time is they should be playing in the distance of each other.
Right,
so that
that initial pickoff never happens.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Like they're being too greedy. They've just, relaxed a little bit too much. They're not really thinking. They've just given away 2 kills for nothing, and the Radiant are getting something off the map now. At this point, the Dire aren't gaining on their lead. Like,
still though, it's a drop in the ocean. 20k down from about 24k. It's still a 20k goal advantage. That's a lot. That is.
If you look at the net worth graph in the last few minutes, like, it's actually going in the way of the Radiant. Yeah, not by much, but not getting worse is the point I mean.
Sure. It's not even plateauing. I know what you're saying. I'll just wait for Roshan. I mean, the XP graph is even more.
Let's look at that one.
Think you go and take the outpost, perhaps? Oh, don't care. I'm yet to see any teams go for the full Power Rangers 5-man to the outpost and go from there when they have one. Like in this situation, I feel like that'd be. I don't think it'd be good.
Takes so long.
Yeah, I know.
Roshan's up.
Alrighty. Are they gonna come and contest? Oh Jesus! What the heck? Roshan? There's a refresher shard. Oh my god! That was so quick. What
I
was
think
that? Just
the shard
Solar
to-
Crest, Double Meld, Desolator, crits.
They gave the shard to the feet. I like this.
Yep.
Look at the courier. I don't know why they didn't shield it. I don't know if, oh, maybe we didn't.
I believe you get shield at level.
Oh, that's his
20?
axe on Disruptor.
Oh no! Oh dear! 2 minutes 40 left. Shadow actually getting control up on the front lines now. Might be taking a death earlier than you wanted, but the Roar comes out, trying to hold him still, and they will finish the job. Does have buyback, is going to use it. Muff with the BKB on the front lines, holding them back. Tanner can't get into the fight, and Toby's going to get picked off as well. Also has a buyback. They're looking towards the TA, but she's got herself an Aegis. Might not have a BKB, but doesn't really need it. Shadow's coming on the front lines, dropping off to his ulti right now, trying to bring down the TA, but TA just turning it around, fighting it up. It's going to drop, and out comes a Phoenix. That's a really far away egg, but it still kind of puts Aramis in a weird position as he's probably just going to get burst down by Kunkka, and now Solari as well. Not going to be lasting very long. Then comes Tanner trying to bounce around this fight, trying to do what he can, keeping their dreams alive. Shadow's well throwing in. Oh my god, though. Ember Spirit takes a crit, and he gets finished off also. Has the buyback, but there's only 2 heroes left. It might be a cause, but that seems like way too little. Sword Dark. They are gonna be taking the middle lane of Barracks, and they're going for the tier 4s. They realize this one's ended, and there comes a bash out onto the Ember Spirit, and they bring him down. Die back, good game, well played, is called. Game number 2 is gonna go the way of Sword Dark, pushing it to a 1-1 in this best of 2. Well,
I mean, this game went exactly how I thought it was. Like, I don't wait to toot my own horn.
no, I believe I said that it would be the most likely series to have a 1-1 on. So
No, I mean, like,
you know,
the way the whole game played out was, the Radiant Draft was really greedy.
oh
Their
yes,
lanes
yeah.
just suffered really hard. And Dire just pushed their advantage throughout the whole game, right?
Yep, you're absolutely right. Good draft prediction. Good draft prediction.
Just don't. Like, I think the problem was they were left in a situation in their draft where they had this Nightstalk. Wasn't going to have a game because they're playing up against this Phoenix, right? Because he just pops egg and then Nightstalker doesn't do anything in a team fight. Like, what he wants playing around. And then they're left with a position where, hey, well, do we want to play the Nightstalker as a carry where it's not going to do anything all game? Or do we want to play the Nightstalker as an offlaner and then have to pick something that can... But then we have 3 greedy cores that all need farm. And that courier snipe at the end was massive as well, taking away the frags.
That would have been a completely different fight because he managed to catch out, maybe not Boom because he had the Aegis, but if you catch out Digi before he can get out the BKB, and you just kill him straight off the bat, then you have yourselves a real fight opportunity. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Aramis didn't end up getting his Aghanim Scepter, and they does go down in the end, and that means that Sword Dark managed to take a convincing victory in game number 2. It took them 35 minutes, could have been shorter, a little bit of a mistake going high ground once, but it still wasn't enough. Small drops in the ocean against a vast sea of resources they managed to accrue over the first kind of 15 minutes of the game, which never really went anywhere. Whilst, you know, the win probability might have jumped down a little bit, it was always in their favor, and a really nice game from Sword Dark. Just a good strategy, well executed, a little bit off the wall with their carry choices, but definitely worked out well for them. Playing high tempo and keeping up the pressure, which is something I said we probably wouldn't see from them, but they did. They played well. They pushed the pressure on. They stayed on the other side of the map, consistently making Viking feel their presence at the game, and they did that exactly right. So that's going to bring them to a 1-1, getting their first win of the tournament. Unfortunately, Vikings will be left with a 1-1 as well. So, you know, all things going.
I actually think this 1-1 overall doesn't help either team, like, trying to qualify.
True,
like I said before,
true.
I think
It's
if
like
either team... if either team wants to qualify, they have to 2-0 this series. And because I don't see them being able to beat the other team, and stuff. I think this was really important for either team. Either of them.
Alrighty then, well that will tie off the second best of 2 of the day. 3 more best of 2s to come. The next one is going to be Wind and Rain versus Team Secret. And that's going to be starting in about 5 minutes time probably. Very quick schedule today. My name's No Man, he's been Mo Farah. I hope you're enjoying the cast. If you're doing, throw us a follow on Twitter and we'll be back very shortly for the next game. What's left, what's right, what's down, what is up, everybody, and welcome back to the DreamLeague Season 13 Major Qualifiers. My name is Nomad, joining me is Mo Farah as we get into Team Secret versus Wind and Rain for this best of two series here in Group B of the EU Qualifiers. Mo Farah, give me a bold prediction.
I think Wind and Rain are going to lose.
Oh.
Very bold.
Yeah.
Can I just say, the thing that I'm really loving so far is that Wind and Rain lost to Tiny Ogre at the end of Game 2 against Alliance. They're like, you know what? We quite like a piece of this.
Looks pretty good. Yeah, it's just when you see that nice Ferrari driving past, you take it to the store, take it for a ride. Maybe I could have a go on this.
I'm not sure what I expect for this series, to be honest. They're coming into it, we're assuming Secret should just win 2-0. I mean, everybody is. Wind and Rain aren't a bad team at all. They didn't play too well against Alliance, but they'll have looked over the games already. I'm sure had a couple of hours in between.
So they're warm. This is Secret's warm-up game, right? Wind and Rain,
true.
they're already warmed up. They're ready to go. Maybe that's going to be the difference in this. But no, I mean, looking at it realistically, it's high probability of a 2-0. What I'm looking interested in, what strats are we going to see coming out from Secret?
I didn't actually watch any of their open qualifier games. I was casting the other side of the bracket to where they were running. So I have no idea. I know they did this Lifesteal support meme thing with the Leshrac, but obviously it's been nerfed since. I don't know. Oh, okay, Lifesteal's banned now anyway. I mean, they've just picked Yaps or Rubik. Maybe it just doesn't matter what the patch is. Pick Yaps or Rubik every game anyway, right? So do any other changes to any other heroes matter? I like that they're just banning out TA counters in the so when you pick your TA in this first phase, it's really important you protect her. A couple of good bans.
Yeah. Is TA always fourth pick so that you can then ban stuff afterwards and you don't get anything picked up, or can you take it in the first two?
I think if you have the opening two, you can, but then you risk giving away a counter that you banned out otherwise. If you know what I mean.
But I've seen TA's win versus Viper though, so I'm not even convinced that TA has that.
I think Viper's probably better now though.
Oh,
how the
true,
poison attacks changed.
Alrighty, well, we have a Winter Wyvern picked up from Team Wind and Rain. Gonna be playing around with this boy. Did he get changed an awful lot? Oh yeah, he can now attack people during his ultimate, right?
Yes, so we were talking about this before. People have been taking the damage talent Wyvern. Damage people during your cut. Why not? Unfortunately, you lose out on the 90 GP. There's still games for both, but not a bad talent at all, especially as a position 4. Tiny's going to be a core then. Could be a 3, could be a 2. I think it's probably not going to be a 1. He versus Tiny is a very volatile matchup either way, I think. So I'd like to see that. Ooh. I mean, I think this hero's gained a lot of traction over the last few days since the patch, just because of how important the objectives are around the map now. Have the outposts coming in as well.
Yeah, this has been one which I've been expecting to see a lot more of. Nature's Prophet and Enigma are the two heroes which I've been kind of hoping to see a lot more of than we have so far. I think the Enigma was like a little bit affected by the 7-minute item spawning, obviously limiting jungling from the get-go. I saw a game where Enigma was jungling, I think Milan was on Enigma for chicken fights, and he was giving the items to the mid laner, and they gave her like 5 minutes, he gave her a, what's that, the Ocean Charm or something?
Ocean Heart, yeah.
Ocean Heart, yeah. And that thing was crazy in the mid lane, because you're just like, oh yeah, I'm just going to push the lane out and sit in the river and get all my health and mana back. So that was pretty broken. The guy loses the lane because of that, but there you go. But yeah, Nature's Prophet obviously can jungle if he wants. Probably going to be more of a lane presence, but can kill couriers like nobody's business. This man is a courier killer. We got to make a counter.
I was going to say, we could always remember that it could be a Zai Nature's Prophet still as well.
True.
And they could just put the... this Abaddon Nature's Prophet can both play as the 3 and the 5 now. So depending on how the lanes play out, swap around. I'm very good at playing both. I would imagine it's more likely to be an Abath, I would think. But again...
Yeah, but he's still on people's radars, you know. It's a lot of people playing a lot of different heroes right now, trying to test the waters, see what's good. TA definitely seeing like one of the really good ones. Puck as well. Hunker's still very strong. Venge has been one which has really risen up in popularity recently. It's been pretty interesting seeing what's been going, what's been coming, what's been having fun.
I think Venge is either first picked or first phase banned. Like,
Yeah.
And the other thing is, I think Viper's been banned out like every single game. Not picked, but it's been banned every.
Yeah. You're right. From recent memory. Ursa banned, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, they're a super. We played a pub with it when I played it yesterday, or something, and it's so fun. I love that hero. And the fact you don't have to buy Stout Shield on it anymore either, and you can buy all the Venom at the start, I think is really big for that hero.
Yeah, no. It's a really nice quality of life. All these heroes just like to be aggressive, doing stuff off the start, top of the bat. You know, it's pretty. Alrighty, Team Secret are gonna round off their draft with the roundest hero of them all, Jericho. He's good at the start, he's good in the middle, he's good at the end, he's good everywhere, and spreads out his damage across everybody. So yeah, definitely a nice spread hero.
Yeah, I like the Secret hero draft a lot. So like, look at their timing at like this 20-minute mark, where they get the first Roche on TA, and then they just go. Like, they have good sustain with the Abba as well. Have good push power with the Nature's Prophet and the Abba. Like, they have these two really strong cores with B2B timings.
Oh, I like this from Wind and Rain, though. They pull out the Tinker. They pull out this strange pick. They're trying to find a little niche to take advantage of and see if they can't grab themselves a cheeky victory. But is it a good Tinker game with the Nature's Prophet? They don't have that much cash. They don't have much lockdown at all.
It's okay. I think it's going to be more down to Secret to try and make plays happen earlier on the map. Like, try and invade jungle, Puppy on Nature's Prophet, try and play around this mid lane more. They need to pressure the Tinker. The side lanes are going to be, they're not going to be easy. But I think as long as they can focus on the mid lane, take away the power of this win objective in the Tinker, Wind and Rain, I fancy their chance. They're also just Secret.
It's Secret. Yeah, that's going to be the, after any analysis, it's going to be like, yeah, Wind and Rain did this really nicely, and they've got this going on with them, but they are playing against Secret.
I mean, it has to be said, though, for Wind and Rain, their side lanes are really strong. Like, they have Axe Wyvern in one and Tiny Ogre in the other.
Yeah, that's definitely scary. They don't want to get crushed Wind and Rain, what they're telling me. And they're going to try and make it work with their Tinker in the middle lane. I do worry about how Tinker's going to do versus TA, but at the same time, you've got that laser to protect you from any over-aggression from Nisha. I don't think it's too.
I think when TA gets 6, it's going to be a big thing. Like, if they can get some kills with traps, lift back into trap, have a Nature's Prophet TP and maybe killing the Tinker's courier once at the start of the game, be a big game changer.
Yeah, but as I say, only the lift and the homing missile to really work with on the side of Team Secret in terms of lockdown could come back to bite them. It could be a bit of a factor in this game. Struggling to close out kills, but then at the same time, with what their draft really wants from the game, it seems to be more about just taking objectives, pushing hard, hopefully having a good time at TA, and then just having a Abaddon sit behind her and doing his thing. But this is a master level Tinker, level 25 on Wish. Should they change that to level 30 now that's the new max level?
Yeah, they should actually. But you'd have to play like a million games to get to level 30 from level 25.
If it still went up incrementally, then yeah, that would be pretty brutal.
Horrendous.
Funny though.
Oh yeah, of course. Especially if it didn't like retroactively go back and check all your other wins.
Have a new race, get all those Reddit posts. Oh, I made level 30. That'll be like 3 years from now, and everyone will be like, "Dude, this game died ages ago. We're playing Fortnite 3 now."
So, okay, Tiny starts with Quelling Rock.